rising up, can't bring us down. In the chaos, we're owning this town. Raise the horns, it's showtime now. Finest fellas will take the bow. With metal hearts will never yield. In the virtual arena, we own the field. We own the field. People tune in, watching the fight. Their energy streams igniting the night. With every riff, the crowd goes wild. Finest fellas, forever a child. With sweat on our brows, we won't back off. Together we rise, we'll never scoff. Raise the horns, it's showtime now. Finest fellas will take the bow. With metal hearts, we'll never yield. In the virtual arena, we own the field. In this realm, we reign supreme. Finest fellas, living the dream. Raise the horns, it's showtime now. Finest fellas will take a bow. With metal hearts, we'll never yield. In the virtual arena, we own the field. People tune in, watching the fight. Their energy streams igniting the night. With every riff, the crowd goes wild. Finest fellas, forever a child. With sweat on our brows, we won't back off. Together we rise, we'll never scoff. Raise the horns, it's showtime now. Finest fellas will take a bow. With metal hearts, we'll never yield. In the virtual arena, we own the field. In the virtual arena, we own the field. In the virtual arena, we own the field. In this realm, we reign supreme. Finest fellas, living the dream. In this realm, we reign supreme. Finest fellas, living the dream. In the spotlight, they rise to fame. Finest fellas, remember the name. Guitars blazing, they rock the scene.
Hey there guys, what's going on? It's Finest Fellas here, welcome back to another live stream on the channel. Well, we're painting again. I think there's going to be a running theme here guys, we're going to be doing a lot of painting streams. Just because I have so much work to do. I have so many miniatures to get done that this is going to be quite a common thing here on the Finest Fellas channel. At least for a little while, you know, until I get some hobby burnout and then we might go back to some games for a little bit. But, yeah. Today's plan is quite simple. I want to get the golds finished, and I want to move on to base coating all of the leathers. I have decided that for my rank and file infiltrators here, my rank and file guys, I need to turn that down. There we go. Turn that down a little bit. Yeah, so what I've decided is, I did want to do black leather for the most part. If I'm perfectly honest. Mainly because I think, like, the brown leather... Like, in my headcanon... Here we go, here he is. In my headcanon, I feel like the brown leather should go to the characters. Like, this guy's the lieutenant. need to turn that down a little bit more. Holy crap. And I just feel like in my headcanon that the lieutenant and the other characters should be getting the brown leathers, but that's just me. It's mainly because I have 10 infiltrators to do, right? 10 infiltrators. There's 10 of them, right? 2, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Yes, there's 10. I can count. Yay! There's 10 infiltrators, there's 3 snipers, and there are 3 suppressors to do. And that's a lot of leather, right? That's a lot. So I feel that in this group specifically, if I just give the brown leather to the lieutenant, or lieutenant, or however the fuck you want to pronounce it, that's probably the better step to go. Now, he doesn't have that much leather, all things considered. He's got these pouches on his chest. He's got the holster. And he's got, like, these little tactical pouches here in the back. Now, I feel that's fine for him to have the brown leather. That's fine. But with 10 infiltrators, and some of these guys having so many pouches is fucking ridiculous. Like, 1 big one there, 2, 3, the holster, 4, 5, 6 pouches on this one dude. That's a lot of leather. You know, and I just feel for my infiltrators, they are depicted as having black leather, and that's what I'm going to go with for them. I did look up a video on how to highlight the black leather. I'm not sure I'm going to be able to pull it off, but, you know, there is that. Maybe gray leather instead of just black. I might try and use one of my off grays, maybe something like... If I can get it here. Maybe something like Dark Reaper instead of just pure black. You know, this is like a... It's like a bluey, grayish kind of color. And I might use this instead of just black. You know, maybe like a grayish leather. Because if it's just pure black, I feel like that's going to be a bit rough. Especially considering the amount of leather, like I said, on this guy. Because if I just paint all that black, you know, especially with this black underlining, that's a lot of black. And I don't want to do it all brown, because I'm telling you right now, I don't have the patience to go through all of these guys and glaze up all that leather. I'm just telling you for free. I don't have that patience. Let me just go ahead and turn this music down just a smidge more. Because that is very loud. Now, I'm a bit worried. It says it's royalty free, but I don't think it is. So I'm going to quickly turn that off. I don't think it is. That sounds very official. I'm going to just try and find some more copyright-free music. If anyone knows any copyright-free music, please let me know. That's a bit sad, isn't it? Non-copyright music, let's just say for painting. Music for painting Warhammer 40k. Now that does not say that it's royalty free, so I'm not going to bother with that one. Non-copyright playlist, 1 hour Lo-fi hip hop mix. Let's try that. That'll do. Right, never mind. Logan, my guy! How are you all today? And I like and shared it out. My dude, I much appreciate you. I say this every time, but I know for a fact, dude, that you will always be the last man standing. I know it for a fact. You will always be the last man standing. If I ever get around to the day, like, God forbid, it's years and years away, but God forbid, right? If I ever get to the day where I stop providing entertainment as far as a live streaming service or as videos, you will be the last man there. I fucking know it. Almost 10 years ago, you were my first ever viewer. Almost 10 years ago. And by God, I think you're going to be the last one. Right, so, where was I? As far as... I'm just getting myself all sorted out. So yeah, I've got this ash and grey, and I'm pretty sure that's what I'll do for my leathers, but we're not on that stage right now. We're still on the gold. So let me chuck it through the vortex mixer, and we'll get started. I did get the golds done for the infiltrators already. I've got their pauldrons all done. I will take another look through them, just to see if I want to add any more. Maybe just touch the gold up again. I'm pretty sure I got all the gold done for the Phobos Lieutenant. But as far as I know, we're now onto the suppressors and the snipers for their golds. That should do, because it was mixed yesterday, so it shouldn't need as thorough of a mix today. There we go. I really don't like these pots. Use my ship brush, just to scoop out some gold. And chuck you there. That'll do. I'll bring this a bit closer, actually. Right, so, let's see. I don't need my stand because these guys are not on bases. Oh, suppressor. What do you need gold? You need your pauldrons done. You've got the Aquila on your chest. You've got this skull on the ammo pack. You've got like this relic thing hanging from your belt. And as far as I know, that's all you need done gold. Yeah, my miniatures are very much at the moment in the ugly stage. Very much so. Like, I'm only getting through the base layers and doing the base coating. And I feel like until you've done all of the base coating, it kind of looks a bit naff. So yeah, I'm just gonna go ahead and start doing all the golds and see how we do. Alderzone's in here. How you doing, buddy? I've noticed that the camera's a bit blurry today. That's fun. How's it going? Just dropping by to say hi. About to head out. No worries, dude. Thanks for hanging out, my guy. Let's get these pauldrons done. Now, I'm not exactly rushing myself today. I mean, no more than usual. No more than usual. I do need to get it done, but, you know, I'm not in the biggest hurry to get it done, if that makes any sense. Just gonna take my time. We're gonna hang out with some non-copyright lo-fi music. Or lo-fi, lo-fi, however you pronounce it, I don't know. I'm telling you what though, guys, that new Mandalorian box looks so good. For Star Wars Legion, it looks insane. And it looks like a challenge as far as painting is concerned. You know, because the Mandalorians have got lots of different color options. You know, and they don't have a unified color scheme, not like the Empire or the Republic or anything like that. They've got quite a lot of clans for the Mandalorians. So they look really cool. I'm not sure if I'm gonna pre-purchase or not. Like, pre-order them, sorry. I don't think I'll pre-order them, but when they come out, I'm definitely gonna get me a box of Mandos. And because it comes with the new sculpt for Din Djarin as well. That looks insane. We got Dracula here. What's going on, my dude? How are you today? Just a question. Anyone seen the movie The Mist? Yeah, I think so. Is that the one where they're kind of held up in a shop and there's like all these creatures in the fog and stuff? Is that the one? And the guy ends up killing his family at the end, only to realize that rescue was right there. Is Is that the one you're on about? That's the one... The ending, though. Like, dude, the ending is so sad. The ending is so sad. Yeah, didn't they try to do a TV series for that? And I'm pretty sure I watched, like, the first episode, and the first episode was just garbage. Absolute garbage. Dear. Right, I need to try and figure out an angle to do this because my phone is getting in the way. That's that pauldron done as well. Very nice. Strand's here. What's going on, Strand? Yep, he kills his son and his friends just for the military to turn up moments after. It was like, really? Are you serious? And the military rescue all of them that remained at the shop. Yeah. Fucking hell, man. Yeah, the ending was a tearjerker, that's for sure. Yeah, the TV show, I think, is absolute shite. Unfortunately, I feel when they try and make TV show adaptations from movies, they don't seem to do them very well. Now, the exception to that is the Star Wars. I feel the Star Wars TV series have been pretty good. Now, I'm not up to date on Maul Shadow Lord yet. I watched the first couple of episodes, but I didn't get all up to date on it. What I saw was fine. It's fine. I'm not entirely sure where the story's going, and I wish I knew, but it's fine. Let's get this itty bitty little skull. Hey Dracula, have you ever tried miniature painting, dude? It's so much fun. It's so therapeutic. This is my therapy. And then he's got some rivets here, which I'm electing to do gold. Because why not? I think the gold really pops on the black. He's got another skull on the actual weapon itself. Ah, shit. I'll just have to go back over with the black. My hand slipped. It's fine. It's because the way I'm sitting, my elbows aren't properly braced, and I proper slipped on the black there. That's my bad. It's fine. It's whatever. A disaster. At least I know what to do in that situation. I'm staying behind? Lol. What did I think of the Acolytes? The story was piss. I'll tell you what, though. I really did enjoy the saber fights. I thought the saber fights were really well choreographed. I thought the story was absolute garbage. But the saber fights were really well done. And the bad guy, I don't even remember his name. That's how much I didn't really enjoy the show. like, he felt like a true villain. You know, he felt like someone that the audience at first is meant to really despise and be like, oh my god, it's this guy again, somebody kill him, you know, but then obviously he's got layers, like all bad guys do, they have layers, you know, and it turns out that he has pretty good reasons to do what he's doing. So I thought he made a decent bad guy. I wish the story had given him a little bit more backstory though. But overall, I didn't really enjoy the show, but it had its merits, and I will give credit where credit is due. The choreography was great. The story was piss. The bad guy was pretty decent. And we got to see a little bit, like, ever so slightly, like only a few seconds worth of Darth Plagueis snooping in the shadows, so that was cool. We got to see our first example of bleeding a lightsaber crystal, the Kyber crystal, so that was interesting. What did you think of the Acolyte? I am fighting the urge to open my new box. Don't fight the urge. Open the box. Get building. Do it! Yeah, I used to do it with my cousin, team effort. Yeah, right. We filled a display cabinet and set up like an army ready for war. Oh, that's sick, dude. I really need to get me a display cabinet, but they're so damned expensive. Like, if I ever get members on Patreon and stuff, and a good couple of people on Patreon every month, then what I'll probably do is get myself a display cabinet for all my minis. Because at the moment, all my finished minis sit in Tupperware. That's where they live. That's their home. I think that's all the gold for this guy. On to the next one. You haven't finished your current builds. Aww. Oh well. Now this guy's got some texture in his pauldron. That's because when I stripped these minis, I didn't want to damage the plastic underneath, because I may have let them soak in the methylated spirits a lot longer than I should have. And the plastic was getting really soft, so I didn't brush too hard as I didn't want to scrape off plastic. So that's why you might see some texture on these miniatures that really shouldn't be there. See, that's what annoyed me. Hope they branch out a tiny bit and end the Darth Plagueis that was mentioned in Revenge of the Sith. Yeah, well, it'd be cool to see a little bit more of him. But what they need to stop doing is trying to rewrite Star Wars. They need to stop rewriting it, like introducing yet another set of characters that were born purely of the Force is like, nah. If you keep doing that, it's gonna make Anakin Skywalker look like just another Tom, Dick, and Harry. It's gonna take everything special away from the Anakin Skywalker character. It's like, oh, these twins were born of the Force to lesbian mothers. It's like, okay. Nothing wrong with lesbian mothers, that's fine, but another child born of the Force? No. No. I don't think so. So that whole thing pissed me off a bit. These children conceived by the Force, it's like, nah. As soon as I learned that bit in the story, I kind of lost all investment in those characters. Oh, yeah, that's my least favorite. Like, Skeleton Crew was, very, very bad. We don't talk about Skeleton Crew. Skeleton Crew was very bad. I don't even know what the story they were trying to tell was with that. Like, is it the Goonies just set in Star Wars or what? Because it had no direction. There really was no point to the show. And I watched it through twice just to see if I missed something. You know, I watched it through the first time and I was like, I don't get it. So I watched it through a second time. Not in the same sitting, of course, but I did watch it through a second time. I was like, did I miss something? Was I really just not paying attention or what? And no, it just has no direction. Do I need to turn this music down, by the way? Is the music balance a bit off? They are just milking it, but don't have any value to add. Yeah. I think I might need to turn the music down a bit. Let me know. It's okay for you. Okay. Okay. I'm just making sure it's not drowning me out, that's all. But as long as it's okay for you guys, that's fine. And it's always when I'm streaming that my phone starts lighting up with notifications. Whoever it is, leave me alone. My hand is starting to shake. It's because my brain knows. It's like, you can't fuck up here, you can't fuck up here. And then my hand is like, my hand is just like, no, we can't fuck up, panic. There we go. But yeah, that's kind of what's going on at the moment with Star Wars, I feel. But like I said, that new box for Star Wars Legion with the Mandalorians, I really want to get some. Because it's all their new sculpts. Like, you could buy their old box of Mandalorians, and I'm sure you'd have fun painting them. But this is the new sculpts for the Mandalorians. So it's got Din Grogu, Din Djarin. I'm pretty sure I saw the armor in there. You know, it's got some really cool stuff. And this phone is not working for me. It's getting them away. Let me adjust the camera. Hang on. It's getting them away. I keep hitting it with my brush. Let me know if that's an okay camera angle for you guys. Winifred! What's going on, dude? How are you today? Music and your voice are similar, but your voice is still louder and clear. Well, as long as it's an okay mix, guys. Hand goes Brother Dave. Yeah, it just goes... It's always like that on the fine detail. Yeah, like I was saying at the start of the video when I was doing my little bit of intro, I'm pretty sure what I'm gonna do is the black leather for the infiltrators I'm going to try and do black leather, shall we say. And then I'm going to do the brown leather for the character, the Phobos Lieutenant. And, yeah, we'll see how that goes. I'm going to try one guy with black leather and see how I like it. Maybe like an off black, because I don't want to use the same shade of black as I have for the bolters. And the undersuit. Okay. Now there's also a skull back here. He started... What? Hands started cramping yet. Lol. No. I can do this for hours without my hands cramping, mate. I'm fine. The trick is to relax your hands. Don't tense up. Just relax your hands. I'm sat in a braced position. As you can see, my back is arched forward. My elbows are planted into the desk. My hands, as you can see, are bracing on each other. You know, just resting on each other. And then I'm just letting the brush do the work. You know, don't... You don't have to apply too much pressure. If you've loaded up your brush properly, and you've thinned down your paints properly, the paints should just flow off the brush. You shouldn't need to put too much pressure on. Which is what I'm doing now. Now, this is a very small brush, and it does not hold a lot of paint at one time, which is why you see me regularly coming in to get some more paint on my brush. But yeah, if you load it up properly and you thin it down properly, you shouldn't need to apply any real pressure. Now, I want to do the little... bolts there, a little bit of gold. Come on. Just trying to catch the raised area. There you go. Nice and easy, so... very nice. Winifred, I'm fine, just a little bored. Then I saw your stream and it all made sense. Wait, what made sense? Any more gold on you? Yes, you have your Aquila. You've got your Aquila, mate. But you know what? For those of you that don't paint miniatures, I think the real trick to painting miniatures, especially if you're not as good, you know, especially like me, I'm not a good painter, not by any stretch of the imagination, is going slowly. Take your time, don't rush it. Enjoy the process of applying paint to plastic. You know, you'll take better pride in your work. To be careful here, because you don't want to agitate that paint that's already trying to dry. There we go. You found a cure to your boredom. Hell yeah, dude. What have you been up to today then? Friday today, right? So, were you at college? Were you studying? Were you learning things? There's a feather. This could be a nightmare. One thing I have decided though, guys, when I've got some more money, I'm definitely going to have to go and buy the Army Painter Metallics. Because Eddie was saying that they're really good, and I've had enough of Citadel's Metallics. Because even though I'm putting on some nice, good coats here, and it covers well initially, it dries really patchy. I'm not sure if you can see it on the hand grenades there, but there's a bit of blue on those hand grenades. And that was smothered in metal paint. And yet it's dried patchy. And I'm sick of Citadel doing that. So I'm gonna have to try and get my hands on some of the Army Painter ones. Right, he's got like a little ornate thing on his belt. Actually, I should have checked the other guy to see if he had one. Not sure if you'll be able to see it on the camera, but it's underneath his belt just there. Just trying my best not to hit the blue armor. Go. Any more gold bits for you, mate? Nope. Yeah, let's see. Yeah, he does. He's got a little relic thing on his belt. Let's see. Army Painter Metallics are really good, those and their effects. Yeah, I'm gonna have to just save up for a bit because I am way over budget on hobby and stuff this month. Way over budget. Myself in a little bit of trouble in that department, but never mind. It's next month's problem. I'm gonna try and get the underside here a little bit. Now, obviously, I will put shades and stuff on these metals, guys. We're not at the shade stage yet. We're just applying base coats. But we'll get shades and stuff done, don't worry. To make it look a bit nicer. I haven't done much. I'm off Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. Sometimes I do college work Friday, but I haven't done today, so I'm just chilling. Also off Monday, as it's a bank holiday. Hell yeah, dude. So what are you going to be up to then? Are you playing games, or are you just hanging out? I love my coffee. No cream or sugar, please. I love my coffee. Trust in me when I say But yeah, once we've done all these gold bits, guys, I'll clean up the mistakes I've made on the black. Because I did smudge a bit when my hand went spaz. And then I'm going to try an experiment with the off-black leather. Because I'm not sure how it'll turn out. I'll probably have to experiment a little bit and see what color I really like. We'll see. I played Resident Evil 4 original today and a bit of Space Marine 2, that's about it. A bit sleep deprived through the weeks. You slept for 12 hours, that's my guy. Sleepy, sleepy, sleep. Yeah, I had fixed my sleep schedule about a month ago, but it's a bit all over the place again. I don't know what it is though, guys. Like, Strand has known me for a few years now, and he has gone through me several times where I have an awful sleep schedule, and then I'll fix it and have a really good sleep schedule for like a couple of weeks, and then it all goes to shit again. And I don't know what it is about me though, guys, right? I just cannot seem to keep a normal sleep schedule. For me, it's... I have trouble both falling asleep and waking up. I like my comfort, I like comfortable things, and when my alarms go off and I'm trying to maintain a sleep schedule, but I'm super comfortable, I just turn the alarm off, turn over, go back to sleep. Literally. And I know I shouldn't, but I do. So if I don't have anything important going on, like if I don't have my kid, or I don't have an appointment to go to, I'm like, nah, whatever. Go to sleep, man. Love sleep, but the world is so peaceful from midnight to 5 a.m. Yeah, it is. Just for that few hours, it really is. Do you know the problem, Winifred, with where we live, right? For those of you who don't know, Winifred and me live in the same city. Small world. But yeah, where we live, do you know what the problem is, Winifred? The light pollution is just so heavy that you barely get to see the stars. And I haven't really found a spot in this city where you can just look up and properly see the stars. And it sucks. To be honest, it's probably partly because you don't have a reason. You have to get up if you don't have the little one. Yeah, well that is probably most of it, to be fair, mate. If it's just like, oh, I need to get up. Why? Oh, I could do some hobbying. You can do that later on. Oh, I need to do some housework. Fuck housework. Oh, I dunno. Right, go back to sleep. It's pretty much how my mind works. Uh-oh. But yeah, I asked some advice last night on the stream of how I can just be a better model streamer, because I've been a gamer streamer for the longest time, right? And was advised that I try and engage with the chat more. And that's kind of difficult for me, because I'm so used to streaming a different way. Especially when I'm trying to concentrate on painting, you know? Let's see, if it wasn't for work, I'd be the same. All the time I was unemployed, I was on US time. Yeah, dude, that was me for the longest time as well. Like, do you remember that RP server I told you about, Bear Creek? When I didn't have my child, I was on American time. So that I could participate in Bear Creek. It was such a good server. I don't think I'll ever find another server like it. Winifred's gonna dip for now, gonna game with a friend, hope the stream goes well. No worries, thanks for hanging out, Winifred. See you later, buddy. Right, skull in his ammo pack. I was in there too, just not as much. A lot of the people there were from Dynamite. That was a solid server too. Oh man. I don't think I'm ever gonna find a server that good. See, I've messed up a little bit again on the black, but it's fine. Can always come back and fix the black, we just can't fix the blues. Then do the little notches on his ammo pack. Again, it's fine if we go over a little bit here because I can fix the black. Still trying to be neat about it, but mistakes are inevitable, I'm afraid. Right, any more gold for you, sir? Nope. Nope, you do have a relic down here. These suppressors have relics, don't they? You were the Valentine gunsmith there. That's where I met Zeus and Cass. What, in Dynamite? I was going to say, because in Bear Creek, I was the gunsmith at Valentine for a while. I wasn't the boss, I was just working there. And then I went into the sheriff's department. Yeah, I miss good RP servers, man. Well, I felt the rules and the way that the law enforcement was operated in Bear Creek was the best one I've ever seen. You know, not as many. There were still some, but not as many of the modern bullshit thrown into it. You were the owner on Dynamite, there you go. Yeah, I quite enjoyed being the gun owner on the Moonlight Valley one. Having my own gun shop was quite fun. Bit of a grind, mind you, to get all the resources, but it was still fun. Okay, I think that's all the gold for him. On to the snipers. Dynamite had a few rules to keep the game fair, but the law were a lot more true to history. Yeah, exactly. That's what I miss from the Bear Creek server. Let's see how long my back can tolerate this today. Right, do you have... Yes, you do. I was going to say, do you have any pauldrons hanging out? No. We got some on the armor. Quick. No. Right. There's not that many gold details on these. Got the skull on his gun. That's kind of it, to be honest. No other real gold details to put on these. Let's see, and that was a lot in that server. The biggest wagon was 1,200. Wait, what? What, 1,200 storage capacity? It's pretty good. Let's get this guy's pauldron. That pauldron again with another layer. Applied it just a bit too wet. That'll dry out and fill that in nicely. Really, that's all the gold details on these guys. Okay. On to the other sniper. A lot more of his armor showing. Thanks to his pose. Wait, no dollars and the capacity was 3,000. That is absolute madness. Come on. I don't think I'll ever find a server like Bear Creek again. And that's fine. I've got my hobbying to do now. Don't have as much time for RP anymore. Now that I've gotten into my hobbying properly. Alright, you can't see his other pauldron. But he does have that skull on his gun. I think that's about it for him. He doesn't have an Aquila on his chest that we can see. He does have this thing on his cape, I guess. It's like a ornate kind of brooch or something to keep the cape in place. Very hard to see though. 25 minis and that box you got. Nice. So what made you choose the snake ladies then? What was it about them that made you think I need to get those? I was quite surprised when you said, oh, I got some Sigmar. First thing that went to my head was demons. But you came out with the snake ladies. Hang on, I need to check my reference picture for this guy. Oh, he's got like a red mask. Oh dear. Okay. He does as well, doesn't he? There's a lot of black on these minis. Yeah, okay. The blades, to be honest, and the long hair looked fun to paint. Yeah, it's fair enough, dude. So they were more like, you looked at them and thought, I want to do these because they look cool, sort of thing. Okay, so this guy's got like black on the visor, green glowy bits up top, and the rest of it's all red with metal details. I'll probably end up doing that later. There's a lot of black detail I've missed on these guys, to be fair. Right, so now I need to decide how I want to approach the letter. Oh, dear. Oh. Let's have a think about it. So, like I said, the character, he's getting brown leather. The snipers, I'm going to give brown leather. Infiltrators, I'll give them like an off black. I was thinking about using Dark Reaper as the base color for the off-black leather. The problem is, I wouldn't know what the highlight color for this would be. Maybe Mechanicus Standard? Maybe Ashen Gray? Yeah, because Dark Reaper is more of a bluish gray. Maybe if I do Ashen Gray and then Mechanicus Standard as the highlight. If I mix up Dark Reaper, let's have a look and see what it looks like. Frankie! What's up, dude? Yeah, the camera's gonna go a bit fuzzy while the whole desk is vibrating. I'm using my Vortex mixer. Just mixing up some Dark Reaper to see what it looks like when it's all mixed in properly. How you doing today, Frankie? You alright, mate? Okay, so that's a lot. It's a lot better. I think that'd be an interesting color, but I don't think I'll use that as the base color. Let's mix these two up as well. So, Ashen Gray, let's mix you up and see what you look like when you're properly mixed. I'm just deciding, Frankie, on the off-black leather for the infiltrators. So I don't want to make them proper black. So I feel that's just too much black. So I'm thinking an off-black. Right, let's have a look. Yeah, so it's very much a gray. This is much more of a bluey kind of gray. The thing is, I don't have any real off blacks. I've got German gray. Let's mix that up a minute. What category have you used for the stream out of curiosity? I don't remember. I think it's under entertainment. Why? There wasn't like a paint or painting or art section, so I didn't really know what to put it under because it's not gaming. I'm pretty sure I put it under entertainment. How come? I could use my Vallejo's German Grey as a base, because it's quite a dark grey. Well, we could always do one pouch in this and see what it looks like. Give that a good mix. That's, Abaddon black, so that's way too black. Yeah. No, that's very much a brown. Okay. Just wondered, because I know YouTube doesn't have an art category. Yeah, as far as I know, I use the entertainment. Right, let's get a wee jollop of that on the go. If you have Nuln Oil, paint it German grey and use 2 coats of Nuln Oil. I've got Nuln Oil. I'll take a look. I'm just going to experiment on this and see how I like it, because I'm not sure. That is a very, very thick paint. Holy crap. Alright, let's give it a shot. Now that is quite thinned down at the moment. I don't mind doing several layers of this if it looks good. What I love about the Vallejo paints, they go on so damn smooth. It does not take a lot of effort to use Vallejo at all. Finish painting this up and I'll get to the chat in just a moment, guys. And I find the Vallejo paints dry really quickly as well, which is quite nice. Let's see. Oh, okay, there's nothing in the chat. That's fine. Makes my job easier. Oh, I love Vallejo paint. It's so easy to work with. And you know what? I actually picked up this gray initially for Darth Vader. To do some of the bits for Darth Vader. It's the only reason I've got it. Now, I do have to do another coat of this because I did apply it quite thin. Not sure if I'm going to be able to get the top of that properly. Let's have a try. Be nice and slow though. Like a boss. There we go. Okay, what do we think about that color? Try and get it as close as I can. What do we think about that? As an off black, because you can see the undersuit, and it is a very different gray-ish kind of color. I quite like that. For the leather, if I'm honest, I quite like that. And look how smooth that has gone on as well. That's incredible. That's nice. I'm gonna do the other pouches as well while I'm at it. Taking our time. We're in no rush. I sometimes have trouble figuring out how far back that's meant to go. I'm gonna say to there. No. No. No, don't come off the stand. Oh man. I need to get more Vallejo paint. Oh. It's so easy to work with. Oh my god. That's nice. Like, I don't know how to communicate to you guys just how easy that smooth coat went on. Like, that was effortless. Absolutely effortless, man. Missed a bit. go. That was smooth. Do have to thin it down just a little bit more on my palette here. Is my palette drying out? No, it's still moist. That was so easy to do. Now, I've got to be careful here because his butt plate is right there. See, my problem is with Vallejo is not actually the product itself, but just how difficult it is for me to get. Because there's nowhere in my city that's a physical store that sells Vallejo paints. I don't know about you guys. If you guys have got stores, like hobbying stores or anything that sells Vallejo paint, let me know. That's awesome. But we used to have one in this city, but it's gone now. So now, if I want Vallejo paints, I have to do it all online. Which isn't the end of the world. Like, online's pretty reliable these days, for the most part. But it just means if I want to use it that day, I can't just walk into town and pick up the paints I want. Like, what about you guys? Do you guys have, like, gaming shops or anything that you guys can get, like, other paint brands apart from Citadel? That is the thing about Citadel, though. It is by far the most widely available paint to just go into a shop and buy. I will give them credit where credit is due, but a lot of the time, I find myself fighting Citadel paints for the coverage I want. And the only reason it's gotten a little bit patchy there is because I applied that first layer very thin. Because I've not used a Vallejo paint in a little while. And because each paint you have to thin down differently, unfortunately it's not universal across all paint brands. I can't even begin to tell you how easy this is to work with. You should oh, hang on. You should try the Vallejo Black. My FLGS has me spoiled for choice. They have 4 or 5 brands. Dude, Frankie, I'm gonna come live next to you, man. That sounds like heaven. Yeah. In my city, all we have now is a Games Workshop. So, of course, they only supply Citadel paint. It'd be nice if the Games Workshop also provided other brands of paint. Because not all the Citadel paints are bad. You know, not all of them. Every paint brand has their flaw. Every single one. You know? And it would be nice if they offered alternatives. Now, I am applying it a lot more thin on this satchel, just because there's a lot of crevices and nooks and crannies. And I want the paint to flow in there just a bit better. And then I will come back and do another coat on this one. Although, Frankie, I'm pretty sure I have black for Vallejo. I'll have to go over and look there in a minute. I just want to get this part finished. Pretty sure I've got some. I'll get to the chat in just a moment. Oh, man. Oh, it's like paint porn. It really is. This is like the very definition of painting porn. The paint goes exactly where I'm putting it. It covers exactly how I want it to, and it's effortless, man. It doesn't separate. It doesn't want to run away. It's not fighting me for the coverage I want. It's doing exactly what I'm making it do. It's so good. Oh, I'm a convert. Like I said, the reason it's looking a little bit patchy in some of these areas is just because of the thin coat I put on. But there you go. What do we think of German grey for that blackish, off black grey leather? I think that looks fucking great, man. Now, it's a lot darker in person than it is on camera because you've got a very bright lumen light flashing down on it. But if I was to cover up the light a bit, right, you can see how dark it really is. Or if I just move the light away, hang on. If I move the big light away, alright, and just give a little bit of illumination, you can see how dark that leather is, and I love it. Wait, 6, they have Turbo Dork 2. I love all the Games Workshop reds. Yeah, I mean, the reds and oranges I've been fine with for Games Workshop. Their flesh tones are... Fuck me. Their flesh tones are fine. You know, I have a lot of trouble with their whites. Their blacks. Their, greens, I don't get on particularly well with. Oh, why is this falling over constantly? There we go. That's better. Ugh! My light decided to collapse on me. That's fun. Anywho, what was I saying? Yeah, so I quite like that for the leather. What do you think? Should we do that on all the infiltrators? That's just covered so perfectly. I'm very happy with that. Yeah, Frankie, you were saying about a black, right? I've got Vallejo's, now I'm going to try and say this correctly so that YouTube doesn't instantly ban me for racism. And it says it on the box, Negro Black. Okay? I'm not a racist. I'm just intolerant. Haha. No, so I've got Negro Black, which is quite a matte finish black. I've got Ivory. I have Intenso Blue. I have Fluorescent Orange, Dark Sea Blue, Magenta Fluorescent Pink, Fluorescent Yellow, German Gray, and Matte White. I also have Vallejo's Leather Brown. I've got 2 of them for some reason. So those are the Vallejo colors I got. And then I got some Army Painter speed paints, only a couple. I got a small box of them, and then just an absolute arse ton of Citadel. Right, all these can go back up here, because I'm not using them. Haha. Ugh. Right. Any more leather? Yeah, you got leather patches on your chest. Oh man, when you find a paint that just works for you, it gets more fun. Oh, man. I'm sorry, I'm enjoying this paint too much. Oh. Oh. It's better than sex. I mean, let's not go overboard, but it's pretty damn good. Look how easy that is, man. It's like cheating. Now, I am still applying it very thin. And I'm actually fine with that because I have no issues going over this with a second coat. No racism present here. I don't believe in racism. I'm not going to discriminate against someone for their religion, their sexual preferences, and I'm definitely not going to target someone because they have nicer skin than me. And I will defend that statement to the last man. People who have darker skin have nicer skin. Now, being a pasty-ass pink boy, I'm not even white, I'm just pink, right? I burn in the sun. I burn bad in the sun, right? Real bad. Now, people with darker skin don't have that problem. And I'm so jealous. I'm so jealous. They have much nicer skin than us, because we burn. I mean, they still burn, but just not as easy. But yeah, man. Oh, I missed a bit. I missed a bit. There you go, you have that. This side of the pouch. This paint is so effortless to use. I'm so glad I looked at German Grey. I really am. That's just so good. Oh my god. I think I'm gonna have to try some more Vallejo paints because these are just really, really nice to use. Ooh, how do I say this name? I have no idea how to pronounce that. Piotr Jesk 4599. How you doing, mate? You alright? Welcome to the stream. How's your day going so far? Just finished painting my army last week, was super happy, got boxes to transport the models, cases to store them at home, and then I read half my army will go legend. Ah, no! That's the worst! Don't you guys just tan? Because we Eastern Europe are pale in winter and brown in summer. I'll call you Peter, that works for me. So some white people tan. I don't, I just burn. I just burn, mate. I don't tan. Like, one of my friends, growing up, Joseph, like, he was like me, my skin complexion, but he's got quite dark hair, and he would tan gracefully. Like, he would tan really nice. Me, I'd spend the same amount of time out in the sun, and I had sunburn. So I guess it just depends. Yeah, I like this German Grey so much, guys. I'm going to use this for all of my infiltrator leather. This is just such a pleasure to work with. So which army did you do, Peter? But half of it's going into Legends. That's mental. Which army did you do? Oh, that is sad. If you want to see something funny, how we look, check Polski. I have no idea how to pronounce half of that. Space Marines. Which stuff's going into Legends then? That's a bit concerning. Just a little bit concerning. Which chapter, by the way? As you can see, I'm a bit of a smurf myself. I do enjoy my Ultramarines as much as most people do. I will say Blood Angels were a close second for me. Very close second for me. But I ended up going with the Ultramarines after playing Space Marine 2. Two Predators, two Vindicators, and a Storm Raven. Oh, they're moving all the old vehicles over to Legends. That's kind of bullshit. Don't know how I feel about that. That sucks, dude. I'm sorry to hear that. But yeah, I am very much a noob painter. I'm not new to the hobby. Like I've been on and off painting stuff since 4th edition. But it was mostly guard stuff. On and off since 4th. There was a space of a few years where I didn't do any of the hobby just because I couldn't afford to. But yeah, I decided to start doing Space Marines, specifically, after playing Space Marine 2. I don't really paint models to be able to play them on the tabletop. It would be nice to play some games. But I don't collect them specifically to play with, you know? I collect what I think looks cool, and I try and paint them to the best of my abilities. And then I move on to something else that looks cool. Need to lower my light there a second so I can see this. Bit in here. Without hitting the blue armor. Okay, we might have done a little bit, but I'll tidy that up with a little bit of blue wash later. Nice. Love this paint. Oh, and 6 suppressors. Oh, the suppressors are going into Legends, are they? I've got 3 suppressors that came with this box, but I will admit, I don't think I'd ever field them on the tabletop. I build an army around the idea of recon, force summoning, guiding tank support. My army is unintentionally a Dark Angel successor chapter. Ooh, cool. That's cool, man. Yeah, I bought a couple of boxes when they came out, and I didn't paint them for a very long time. Well, I bought this box, the Vanguard Combat Patrol, when it was actually still a Combat Patrol. This is before they redid all the Combat Patrols to what they are now. And now you can buy this on the website, I believe, is the Vanguard Strike Force. But it doesn't come with the Impulsor Transport anymore. When I got this as a Combat Patrol, it came with the transport. So, not as good value for your money now. For example, I got Leviathan when it first came out, never painted it. I got the Lieutenant Titus box when he came out, didn't paint it. Now, specifically Lieutenant Titus, everyone keeps trying to say to me, do you mean Captain Titus? No, Lieutenant Titus. I haven't bought the Captain Titus box yet. Not yet, I'll get round to it. Because the Captain Titus box is the one with all the extra characters, isn't it? It's the, what is it? The Wardens of Ultramar or something. That has Captain Titus. I love this paint. And there we go. That's the leathers done for him. So many more to go. As long as you can keep within the lines, you are better than 50% of all buyers. Fair enough. I'm not a great painter, dude. I just paint for fun. Although, I am trying, Peter, to... what I call proper painting for my standard, right? I know everyone has their own way of painting, their own standard of painting, that's fine. But after I do this little bit of leather, mate, I'll show you what I mean for my style of proper painting. Because I used to paint back in 4th edition, all my Guard and my Dark Angels that came in my Vengeance box, right? Barely tabletop ready, like barely tabletop ready, because back then, my Games Workshop, my local one, had a rule. You could not play unless your miniatures had paint on them. So, guess what I did? Being a much younger guy, I slapped a bunch of paint on and said, there you go. Painted. Let me play. So I'll show you what I mean by what I'm trying to do as properly paint. And I'll show you the difference in quality that I've managed to get. Now, I am never going to be a competition painter, because I'd really rather not. I'm never going to be a guy that produces studio quality miniatures, because I don't have the patience for that. But I do want to get a really good quality out of my miniatures and enjoy the process. That's the kind of painter I am. I'm still very new at doing this, what I call proper painting style, because I've been getting some help from some really great guys on how to do certain techniques and how to approach certain blends of colors, all sorts of things that I'd never really considered before. And I've had a lot of advice given to me on how to do certain approaches. So, you know, I'm still learning how to paint to a decent quality. But I'm enjoying the process, my guy. Like I said, let me just finish up this holster. And I'll show you what I mean by my standard of painting. Just got that back end to do. Oh, I love this paint so much. I think I'm in love. Nice. Right, so, let me catch up in the chat real quick. True, are you hyped for the 11th edition reveal in 40 minutes? What do you mean in 40 minutes? I might have to put it up here on the stream so we can watch it together. That'd be really cool. Is it on the main Warhammer channel? My LGs just gifted me 6 Black Templars yesterday. I'm pumped to be off Sunday. We got 199, my god. 199 guy. What's going on, guy? How you doing, mate? Welcome to the stream. How are you? Black Templars are cool. So let me show you real quick what I mean about my standard of painting. I don't know why I have that there. So back in the day, this was my first ever Space Marine back with the Dark Angels. The paint was thick, it was goopy, the basing was pretty standard. That was my first ever Space Marine. They said I could not play unless my Marines had paint, so that was the result. He is my first ever Space Marine. Then I painted a few more up, and I painted this guy. If the camera will focus, there we go. As you can see, the paint is still very thick. It's not very well done. There's no definition, there's no shadows, there's no highlights. It was all just base layers thrown on as fast as I could, and that was my work. Now, this was my tabletop ready, right? So that I could play. Now, I'm trying to do what I call proper painting, right? My best miniature I have painted is Chief Librarian Tigris. As you can see. Now, I still got to put some grass tufts on his base, but he... Look at that cape. Look at the definition in that cape. He is my best ever painted miniature. And that tabard at the back, by the way, was a bitch. Okay? So, compare the two. Compare the paint quality. This is what I mean. Alright? This is more the style I want to go for. Now, not by any stretch of the imagination. He's not perfect. There was a lot of decisions I made painting this guy, especially like his cloth at the front there. You know, there's a lot of things I will do differently moving forward, and I've learned from some of these mistakes, but he is the best miniature I've ever painted so far. You know, so compare the two styles. This is more what I'm going for, not this. So when I say I'm trying to paint properly, I mean just to a good enough standard. I'm not trying to say that I'm this amazing painter and I can paint things like mwah, c'est magnifique. No, not really, not at all. But that's the style I'm going for. You know? I feel I need to defend myself sometimes when I say I want to paint properly. So for example, this guy, back in the day, took me less than an hour. Focus please. Focus. Camera. This guy took me less than an hour. This guy took me almost a week. Of a few hours a day. Almost a week, a few hours a day. So there is a big difference. So yeah, this Warhammer reveal, is that on an official channel? Is it a video? Is it a live stream? Because I'm very interested to watch that. Now, I've applied it a bit thin again, but that's fine. We'll go back over it with a thicker layer. Later on, when that's dry. And for those of you who are new, I'm not only going to be painting Warhammer on the channel. I'm into quite a lot of miniatures. There's a whole bunch of the new Star Wars Legion stuff I want to get to replace my old Star Wars Legion miniatures. There is some Age of Sigmar I want to paint up. There's some bolt action I want to paint up. There's a whole bunch of things that are out there that I want to paint. So it's not just going to be Warhammer. And my buddy Openstrand, actually, he's been painting some Dungeons and Dragons miniatures. Now, I don't know much about Dungeons and Dragons at all. Right? Not much. But some of the miniatures he got for like D&D were really cool. And I'd love to have a shot at painting some of them. Very nice and smooth colors, no smudges, and great banner. Oh, thanks, man. I appreciate it. Like, one thing that guy is lacking a lot is edge highlighting. That is a technique I have not braved yet. Very much I have not braved edge highlighting. I will be trying it out on these infiltrators, just to practice, but it's something I haven't really done much of. And when it comes to like panel lining to get the definition, I can't find a technique on YouTube that I want to practice panel lining with without having to go out and buy even more products. Because they have this thing called like Tamiya panel liner that everyone on YouTube suggests, but I'm hoping I can find an alternative way to panel line. Without having to buy even more product, if that makes sense. Strand saying they are a bitch to paint. That's all his leather pouches, I'm pretty sure. Yep. 3 down. Like, Strand, you need to get yourself some of these paints, dude. They're so fun. And they're so easy to use. It starts in 30 minutes if nothing goes wrong. Oh, if it's a live stream, I'm probably not going to watch it then. Because that'll probably take up way too much time. If it was just a video, I would have sat here and we would have watched it together on the live stream, but if they're doing their own stream, that can go on for hours, and I don't want to sit here for hours and watch it. Which ones? The Vallejo? Yes! The Vallejo, my dude. It's so easy to work with. Especially if you thin it down properly. Like, it's going on so smooth. It's so easy to work with. It's not going on patchy. It goes exactly where you put it. It doesn't run away. Again, depending on how you thin it. It's just nice, man. It's real nice. I mean, what I'll do for that 11th edition reveal is it'll probably, people will do their own videos talking about it and covering it and stuff, so I'll probably watch it later. I'm not that excited for 11th edition to be like, oh my god, I need to watch this. I do want to know when the pre-orders go live for the 11th edition box, though, because I wouldn't mind getting my hands on that. Peter's saying Vallejo, I think, from consistency. Oh, dude, yeah. These are nice. They're super nice. And their paint's going a long way. Like, I put the tiniest dollop of paint, like the tiniest dollop of paint on my wet palette there, and this is really going a long way. Now the only problem is this brush doesn't hold a lot of paint, but it's my favorite brush to use at the moment. No, please tell me that didn't go everywhere. It did not. You've been looking at them, but need to wait after today's buy, yeah. Is Clifford the Big Red Dog a kaiju? Probably. I would not be surprised if he was a disguised kaiju. If you drop a ball bearing or two in the dropper bottle, the risk of the drying up is very low. Ooh. Yeah, I'm gonna have to buy some of those. I've said it so many times now, but I can't even begin to describe how easy this is to work with. I think I'm gonna forego getting all the army painter stuff I was talking about, and I think I'm just gonna go and get more Vallejo, because these are very, very good. Just amazing smooth coverage. And I think my music just finished. That is poor timing. There's a little blue bit in there I'm trying to get to, but it's not an easy angle. You're probably not going to be able to see it on camera. But I need to try and get to it. Come on, you wee beastie. Excellent. Lovely. Right, let's find some more music. No, I don't want that. I don't know if this is copyright or not. This is the problem. It doesn't say it's royalty free. I'm gonna put it on and see what happens. I'm gonna risk it for the biscuit. Does anyone recommend any copyright-free music? Let's see. Yeah, exactly, Strand. You do have a whole bunch of them. Make sure... Hey, Eddie, what's going on, man? I didn't see you there. How are you? Make sure the bearings are stainless steel, otherwise they can and will rust, ruining your paint. Oh, that sucks. Peter's saying skill is of course important, techniques too, but getting good tools, good paints, and proper brush is huge game changer for everyday painter. I don't know, Eddie. Like, this brush I'm using, I bought a whole packet of these for like £2 or £3 off of Amazon, and this set of brushes I've used are exactly what I used on this guy. Really cheap brushes. Like, I prefer to buy cheap brushes and wreck them than buy expensive ones and then be upset because I've ruined them, you know? All I've used are really cheap brushes. How you doing though today, Eddie? You alright, mate? Way too much on my brush. Trying to get that little nook right there. Not hitting the blue. Nailed it. Right. Skill course report techniques to... Read that one. Okay, but poor craftsman who blame his tools. You still use $4 brushes. Hell yeah, dude. Yeah, my brushes are not expensive. Like, I don't know how to explain that. I have a very low budget when it comes to hobbying. I do not have a high budget for it at all. So, I was at first, I had no choice but to buy cheap tools. But I've come to like these brushes because they've helped get me to the point where I'm at now. And if I do end up ruining them accidentally without taking care of them properly, I'm not too worried. But yeah, Eddie, I decided to go with the off-black leather on the infiltrators, and I decided to go with one of my Vallejo paints, German Uniform Gray, and it's such a nice paint, dude. I think I'm a Vallejo convert. Excellent. Do you have any more pouches there? Nope. Oh, there's a bit there. Well, I'm enjoying this paint so much that I'm actually enjoying this procedure of doing these pouches. That's how much I'm enjoying this paint. It's just working for me. Effortless. Eddie's saying, still haven't really slept much, but the wife is feeling well enough to keep an eye on the boy today, so I'm just relaxing. I'm sorry, dude. I'm sorry you haven't gotten much sleep, but I'm glad the family's at least slowly getting better. You know? How are they holding up? How are the kids? Well, I feel helpless when my kid's not well, because all I can really do is cuddle her and make sure she has enough snacks and bits and bobs to keep her happy, but I always feel so helpless when my kid's not well. You get it, but the metals are their weakest range. For the metals, though, I was going to take your advice and go with the army painter. For the metals, at least. But I am just loving, Eddie, how easy this paint is to work with. Well, I was dreading having to go over all these pouches and all these little leather bits. I was dreading it. But with this paint, man, it's so much fun. And it's just effortless. I'm not putting any effort into it at all. The paint's doing all the work, and this is fucking amazing. I used to use their expensive ones and found they didn't last any longer than cheap ones, but I agree with you, don't want to skimp on paint. I feel there's a random ass yellow that's terrible too, but I don't remember which one. If you remember, definitely give me a shout. Kiddo's pretty much recovered today. Wife still has a fortnight of recovery, and then we'll see. Damn, dude, a fortnight. What happened to her? If you don't mind me asking. Of course, you don't have to answer on stream if you don't want to. Did she have a surgery or something? Frankie saying Vallejo metals suck unless you use the airbrush range. Oh, fair, fair. Oh, man. I'm loving this. But I agree with what Strand was saying earlier. I feel like, don't skip out on the paint. With the brushes, it's not that big of a problem. As long as you can find a brush that you can hold comfortably, and it can hold a point very well, then it doesn't really matter how much it costs. In my opinion. Like, if you have the exposable income, and you would much rather use the top of the line brushes, by all means, that's fine. I'm not about to tell you how to do your hobbying. I'm just saying, in my humble experience, I've only used cheap brushes, and they've worked perfectly fine for me. But then again, if I have done a lot of hobbying in that week, at the end of the week, I will give them a proper soak and a proper clean in some Head and Shoulders shampoo, and give them a real proper clean out. And I've had this set of brushes for, I don't know, a couple of years. This specific set. I did get a new set that my buddy Strand recommended to me, which are the ones with all the brown handles on them. So I've got a whole bunch of extras should I need them. yeah. Although, I will say though, guys, I'm not sure what we're going to use as a highlighting color for this German uniform grey, because I don't have a lot of Vallejo paints. Like, the best way I can describe my experience with this paint so far, it's like coloring in. You know, like using felt tip pens, coloring in. That's what it feels like. It's so effortless. Okay, I was a bit thin. That's on me. I thinned that down a bit too much. There we go. I'll do this pouch and then I'll catch up with chat. Oh, love this paint. Right, what's everyone saying? I didn't try the airbrush range, Frankie. I'll have to give those a swing. There you go. Surgery, damn dude. Well, at least she's on the mend, and at least she's recovering, man. That's the most important bit, isn't it? It's called Vallejo Metal Colors. Comes in a bigger bottle. Before I try those, though, I'm going to take a swing at silver ink first. That shit looks like it goes on like liquid butter. Oh, yeah. Sounds good, that, doesn't it? Aw, I've done all his pouches already. Aw. I'm loving this. I don't know if it's enjoyable for you guys to sit and watch, but I am loving this paint. Okay, this is on me. It's going on patchy because I'm using a very thinned down bit. So that's on me, guys. There we go. Oh, it's just so consistent. It really is just so consistent. That, and it's just a very smooth finish. Well, I don't feel like a lot of Citadel paints give you that smooth finish as much. You really have to work for it with several layers to get that kind of finish. Gotta make sure I don't hit the armor here. So I don't know if you can see what I'm doing. I'm doing underneath on the holster. No offense to you guys, I'm not too concerned about giving you all the proper angles so you can see every little itty bit I'm doing. Because I'm not a cameraman. But I will try and show you the results I get, as and when I get them. Alright Eddie, see you in a minute, man. I'm actually thinking in my head about that new Mandalorian box. What color will I paint my Mandos? I'm not sure. I'm thinking of doing very similar to the box art that they've done, though, with the different clans. Quite like that idea. Get some Clan Krees in there. Maybe get some of the ones that walk the true way. Maybe get some Clan Vizsla. I think that'd be cool. Maybe some Clan Ren. Like, let's not forget Clan Ren. They've got very interesting purple in Clan Ren. So, I'd be interested in trying that out. Frankie just saying, just pure Beskar. Well, Din Djarin, the one we see in the show, he is in the pack. It's his new sculpt in hard plastic. So obviously he'll be painted with the pure Beskar. I'm not exactly sure how I'm going to pull off a chromium finish. But yeah, that is definitely how I'm going to do Din Djarin. Up here. What I am curious about, though, is to see what other models they bring out for the Mandalorians, now that they're making them a full army, instead of an allied detachment. Because let's be honest, there's not that many units you can give Mandalorians. Not really. Like, as far as vehicles go, I have no idea what they're meant to do for that. Okay, so we made a bit of a mess there. Which I cleaned up very quickly. Nice. Right, any other pouches on you, buddy? Oh, we've not done the underneath of that one. They should do the Maul faction with the horns. You mean the Zabraks? There are Zabrak options, head options in Star Wars Legion. You got some for the Rebels. You've got some in the Shadow Collective box. I'm not sure if they're going to re-release that box in the new sculpts though. We'll have to see. But yeah, Shadow Collective is an older sculpt box now. But there are Zabrak options available. They're not very common, mind you. Like, a lot of the Rebellion ones are the Twi'leks, Mon Cala. You've got a lot of the, I forget what their race is called, but it's the one Cad Bane, his race. You've got a lot of them. There's a few Zabrak options, but not many. Strancing, finally, the final stretch on your dreadnought. Go on, son. You got this. No, the Mandos that followed Maul and put horns on their helmet. Oh, that's Clan Vizsla. Yeah, there's a box for them. They are available as minis. I'm pretty sure it's the old sculpts again. I'm not sure if they've done them in new sculpts yet. Because the Star Wars Legion is still going through its transition of resculpting everything into hard plastic. But yeah, Clan Vizsla, that's the one you're thinking of. A lot of horns, a lot of dark armor, a lot of red tones. That lot. I've gotten into Legion, I just like the models. Yeah, I've never been able to play a game of Legion, but I do have the starter boxes for the old sculpts of Legion. One of which is painted up, the other of which is built and primed. I painted my clone half as the 212th Obi-Wan's Legion. Because everyone and their mum was doing the 501st, so I did the 212th. There's another poucher. Nor have I watched enough Star Wars stuff to know the names. That's fair, dude. That's fair, man. Everyone starts somewhere. Alright. He's still got a pouch there, but all that paint is now gone, and that was enough for 2, 4, 6.5 miniatures for that tiny little dollop of paint. So that is not a bad return at all. Just give me a minute to rest my back from hunching over. Oh man, so apart from Warhammer, Frankie, what other sort of things are you into? Like sci-fi or tabletop related? What other things? Like Frankie, I've been saying to my mates, right? I would love to see a dedicated, like big battle Halo tabletop game. That would be sick. You know, a proper one, not the Star Wars. What do they call it? Flashpoint, Counterpoint, whatever the fuck they called it, where it's like Halo multiplayer, Squad of Spartans versus Squad of Spartans. Garbage. Give us a proper tabletop game. For Halo. I love that. Like, what other things would I like for tabletop? Starship Troopers, I think would be really cool tabletop. See, one day I'd love to make my own tabletop game. I've run the idea by some friends and by Strand. And it's very much still in the theoretical phase. I'd love to be able to make my own tabletop game. One day. Now, I need to add a bit more water to my wet palette here because it seems to be drying out a little bit. Let it all soak into the sponge. Alright, and then just pour the excess. There you go. Right. Yeah, there we go. There was a Starship Troopers games like 8 billion years ago. Man. Maybe, okay, so maybe like a modern version of that would be cool. But yeah, I had this idea in my head of making my own tabletop game with its own setting and lore and stuff, but I don't know if I'll ever get around to actually doing it. Mainly because the challenges of it, you know? Having to learn how to 3D sculpt miniatures, then writing out a lore, writing out rules, etc. You know, it's a lot of work. And I don't think I'll ever get around to doing it properly. But it's a nice idea. It's a nice little fantasy. On to the next one. You also have Battletech, and I have a bunch of D&D minis around, mostly for my kids. But yeah, big sci-fi fan here. Oh, hell yeah, dude. Same here, man. I love sci-fi. I play Shadowrun with my old high school friends still. Shadowrun, what's that? Never heard of Shadowrun. Is that like a tabletop thing, or is that like a video game? It's a tabletop RPG. It's a mix of cyberpunk and D&D style fantasy. Oh mate, that sounds like so much fun. I'd love to get into some tabletop RPG. Maybe just not Dungeons and Dragons, because I literally have no idea about D&D. Ah, I've dropped my brush! Oh, what an idiot.
What an absolute numbskull!
I see your progress there, Strand. Very nice. Very nice. Oh, and I've just seen Peter's army there. Holy crap, dude. Wow. That's a lot of Space Marines, my guy. That's a lot of Space Marines. Holy moly. I'm seeing some Inceptors in the back there as well. That's holy shit, dudes. That's a lot. Yeah, good job, Peter. That's a lot of dudes. Yeah, it's got to be easily a company's worth of strength of Marines there that you've got. Easily.
Hey.
Hello. How are you?
Yeah. Swearing at my
What's that?
swearing at my dreadnought
Why?
because it's not working the way I want it to, and I'm blaming it instead of myself.
As you do.
Yeah, that box set I got today. The funniest part about me buying it, I only went in to get Orc Thraka.
You went into what?
I went in to buy Uruk Thraka.
Oh, Gazgul, yeah.
Yeah, and they were out of stock. And then I came out with that box.
I'm going in for orcs. Comes out with snakehead ladies.
If you paint them right, they're still green.
Fair enough, dude. I mean, I had to look up what they were. They look cool.
Yeah, so I got the Spearhead box.
Yeah.
So you get a blood rack Medusa, which is the really
Is that the big character, is it?
no, that's just one of the things. You get the Knight Shadow Stalkers, Sisters of Slaughter, a Hag Queen, and then you get the Slaughter Queen on the Cauldron of Blood.
So, are they slaves to darkness or chaos aligned?
They are their own thing, apparently.
Huh. Okay.
Yeah. So I got the K-Knight Shadow Coven. Very happy to see they're not push fit.
Oh, and I just read your comment about you saying you were going to go in and get Thraka.
Yeah.
Yas.
That was my only intent, and then I came out with that box.
He is a cool model, to be fair.
Yeah, but he would have cost me like 30 quid or something.
And you came out with like £100 purchase.
Yeah, I mean the box set was 91.
What'd you spend the extra money on?
Part of it was just like a bag, because I needed a bag to carry it all. But I got some null oil, and I got some more of the Eldalong purple, because I'm about halfway through my current supply of it after my Tyrannid.
Fair enough.
And it's the colour I plan to use.
Yeah, that's why I've got multiples of certain colors, because I know I will be using them quite a bit.
Yeah. Null oil, just because everyone I talk to keeps on and on about fucking null oil. I'm like, fine, I'll buy some, see what it's like.
I personally, I used to, with their old recipe, I would have testified to null oil. Absolutely. But their new recipe, I haven't really used it enough to say if it's worth it or not. Because it's not as dark of a pigment anymore.
Like, all the stuff I'm seeing is like people going, do all this and then put null oil on it. I'm like, oh, okay.
Well, I'm actually moving away from null oil, and I'm going to start trying out some ink shaders instead.
See, that's fucking Citadel used to do ink shades, and then they swapped them to their shades. And it's like they just used to. It was just straight up inks, and they moved away from it, and I don't know why.
I don't know, dude. I don't know. But yeah, I want to start using some more ink shades.
The only thing I will say with ink shades is you have to be very careful because they do, like, I can't think of the right word. They kind of clump. Like, you will get like areas even on a flat surface where it will just collect and be thicker for no apparent reason.
It's fine. I've watched plenty of tutorials on it. And that's why I kind of decided it's like maybe this is the direction I should be going for my shaders.
I mean, that's just my personal experience with them in the past. I don't know if they've improved over the years, because this was like 20 years ago. So, everything I'm saying about them is entirely based on 2 decades old information.
Like, the AKA Interactive inks are the ones I was seeing a lot of good stuff on YouTube. And I've got some AK Interactive products, but most of it's like basing related.
Yeah.
Because I love their texture pastes. And I'll testify to those to the end of time. They're really good.
I'm waiting for my chainsaws to dry.
Chainsaw!
Yeah, I'm having this dreadnought having trodden on one.
What, waste of a chainsaw?
Oh, I was asking the GW guys about the toxin sacks.
Yeah, the ones you were on about yesterday.
Yeah.
What did they end up saying about it?
They were like, oh yeah, they're only available in kits now, and it's only really one of the big Tyranids that has them, and they only have like 4 of them in there. And I'm just like, it's not worth. I'm not buying a 40 quid mini for. Just
find somebody that 3D prints them, mate.
Yeah, I'm having a look. I'm trying to find them. I'm trying to get hold of them. Because the annoying thing was, before I started painting again, I got rid of a shit ton of them. I literally went, now bin those, I'll never use them.
Frankie's saying inks are different now than the old Gurn's Workshop inks.
Yeah, the old GW inks were really good, but they did clump. Like, you got pooling occasionally. It also might have been the fact that 22 years ago I painted like a fucking toddler. So that could also be a good part of it.
No, it's quite possible. Maybe a contributing factor, yeah.
Yeah, it's definitely something to consider when assessing my review.
It's like, your inks are clumping! Yes, but your painting looks like you're painting fucking Igor.
Your inks are clumping? Yeah, but you've used half a pot. No, it's definitely your ink.
It's like you're painting Sloth from the Goonies. Like, hey, you guys!
Brother Dave.
Brother Dave. I tried explaining Brother Dave to some of the guys in Chaplin's thing when I was when we were all playing Space Marine. And
It only makes sense. It only makes sense if it came about organically through playing.
They didn't get it, and I was just trying to explain it to them. I was just like, "Oh, it's funny to me."
It came from Darkside. It's fine. I do need to go back and play some more Darkside actually.
Wait, hang on. Whereabouts from Darktide did it come from?
It was when we were playing Darkside when we came up with it.
Didn't it kind of originally stem from the Ogryn? And then
Yeah.
And then we were like talking about Space Marines, and it kind of just incorporated into that.
I think we talked about the terror that would be an Ogryn Psyker.
Oh yeah, that's it, yes.
The horror that would be an Ogryn Psyker. But yeah, when I bought that pack, they gave me a Sigmar coin. As
Very
well.
nice.
Yeah, it's got the Warhammer symbol on one side, and then it's got the Sigmar symbol on the other.
You're supposed to get stuff like that when you purchase something of a certain value or more, but my local one's always out of them.
Today was a weird day in there in my one because normally it's like 2 people in there, and today it was like just packed.
There are a series of events going on in the shops at the moment.
Yeah, but normally, even with events going on, they're not normally that packed. I think it's just like the sun has come out and the nerds have emerged from their cage. We will venture forth into the sun.
I'm gonna go touch grass because my online girlfriend said I had to.
Yeah, it's surprising how many people in the Games Workshop come in as down here come in as a couple.
Oh yeah.
I'm just like, how are you guys finding these people that share that interest? I have never met a woman that I would want to be associated with that has had an interest in Warhammer.
Yeah. It's much the same in my local as well, and some of them are surprisingly attractive.
Yes.
And I'm sat here looking at the guy thinking...
There's the joke
what?
of the closet nerd, like the closet nerds, and there's no such thing as like this does not happen. And then you go into the Games Workshop and it's just like, how?
Okay, so you've obviously done some kind of dark sorcery here. Teach me your magic.
Just, as soon as you see them walk in, you just go, heretic! It has to be the work of chaos.
You have distorted the warp to your own fucking satisfaction, sir. Teach me.
They are orcs. They believe.
Yeah, I don't know, dude. I honestly couldn't care less at this point, but it would be nice to have a partner that shared the interests.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that is the case. Yeah.
It'd be nice to be able to do this with your partner, and you both take a break at the same time. You get some food, you chill out together, you go back painting. It would be nice, but
You'd actually have someone to play games with.
Well, that too. Yeah, exactly. That too. You could set up a little game and try out your new minis you've just painted up. But the women I'm into, unfortunately, are very much not interested in this sort of thing.
I find the women I'm into tend to end up being women I don't want to have anything to do with. Very rapidly.
It's always the case, though, isn't it?
Just like, oh, you're interested. Oh, no, you're not. You're a psychopath. Cool.
Nah, you're a crazy one. That explains everything with my taste. Okay.
Yeah. Oh, you're interesting. You're interesting because you should be sectioned.
You're interesting. Stay away from her. Stay away from her. Stay away from her. I really like you. Oh my god, what did I do?
Yeah, that seems to be like that. That should be my instant red flag. If the first thought is this person's interesting, right? Okay.
Next.
So, yeah.
So you work at a fucking deli. Next.
I like the sound of this person. They're a sociopath. Oh. Okay.
Oh.
Again. Fuck's sake.
Another one. Why?
It's like my custom base when I work. Whenever I work, I get one of 3 different types of people. I get the ones that I'm surprised they're smart enough to be able to keep breathing, because their IQ is clearly smaller than their shoe size. Or I get the extremely rude ones Or I just get the weird ones. Like genuinely, just like what the fuck? Like the Ferengi lady.
The Ferengi lady, that's classic.
I was just waiting for her to go, Human!
Human!
It's the Ferengi lady. There's Salad Fingers as well. Because he comes in and goes, spoons!
What spoons?
I like spoons. Fucking go away, Salad Fingers. I don't wanna.
Frankie's saying, I still have some old Games Workshop inks. They do tend to gather in strange spots. Must be used carefully. Oh.
Oh, good. It wasn't just me then. It was probably just partially me.
Take it back, Frankie. Make sure it's only him.
Too late. It's out there on the internet. It's there forever.
For as long as the internet exists.
Until YouTube until YouTube decides that, for no apparent reason, that you have breached their terms and conditions.
It is inevitable.
I mean, recently, from what I've been seeing online, it's kind of is. Like, there's so many people that have been streaming on YouTube for absolute years, and suddenly YouTube is just like, no, you breached our terms of service, fuck you.
Wow.
What? Yeah, you sneezed once and it kind of looked like you might have been doing a Hitler salute. What the fuck? I was sneezing into my sleeve.
Yeah, you may be doing the Hitler salute, so there's two things we got to do about that. One, Z Kyle. Two, your band.
I'm not going to say that. That might actually get you banned. I will filter myself until you are off of stream.
Filter thyself, brother!
I very nearly said something that would almost certainly have got you.
This is where you have to then start doing the brother Dave so it doesn't come out like...
Mate, the thing that came to mind, if you were monetized, would have got you demonetized at minimum.
Most of the shit I say gets me demonetized, to be fair.
Yeah. But I was about to come out with something that would almost certainly be cancelled.
To be honest, though, I'm not really worried about the monetization.
No.
I don't think I've ever earned, in almost 10 years of YouTube, I think the most I ever earned from monetization was like 40 quid. Don't get me wrong, it was 40 quid. It was awesome.
Yeah,
But-
I think with monetization on YouTube, you have to be hitting it really.
I can't hear a word you're saying.
I said with monetization on YouTube, you have to be really hitting the big numbers. I think these days
And I'm not worried
to
about
make it worth it. No, no, I know you're not, but
I'm
like,
not, I
just
never was out to earn the money from it. Like, don't get me wrong, like, the most money I've made from streaming at all was through donations and stuff, and my phone died. Oh no. Uh-oh. Hang on, guys. I'm working on it. Yeah, doing this hobby, it really does plow through the phone's battery.
that is why the arm I have to hold my phone, if I decided to stream, has a set of cable clips so I can run a charger up it.
Mate, you should stream your hobbying, dude. Like, the techniques that you use that you pull out of your arse, I want to sit and watch it and be like, okay, that's how he's done that.
Yeah, to be fair, you just tend to see the end result. You don't see what I'm doing.
Yeah. It's like, I thought of something, I applied it to the model, and it worked, and it's like, huh.
Yeah. This is the big difference between the way me and you do things, though, isn't it? Like, you'll look at tutorials and look at people that have done stuff and talk to people to get, like, their feedback. And I'm just like, I wonder if that'll work.
I'm about this thing. Boff! It worked!
It's literally, I do the orc. I do the orc tactic.
You believe it hard enough.
I was just like, fuck it, this'll work. It did! Yes!
tell you what, guys, I'm going to put you on a BRB screen while I'm waiting for the phone to charge up again so we can get it back on. I won't be a few minutes. I'm going to make more coffee while I'm at it.
In the spotlight, they rise to fame. Finest fellas, remember the name. Guitars blazing, they rock the scene. Streaming glory, living the dream. Charging up, can't bring us down. In the chaos, we're ruling this town. Raise the horns, it's showtime now. Finest fellas will take the bow. With metal hearts, we'll never yield. In the virtual arena, we own the field. We own the field. People tune in, watching the fight. Their energy streams igniting the night. With every riff, the crowd goes wild. Finest fellas, forever a child. With sweat on our brows, we won't back off. Together we rise, we'll never scoff. Raise the horns, it's showtime now. Finest fellas will take the bow. With metal hearts, we'll never yield. In the virtual arena, we own the field. We own the field. In this realm, we reign supreme. Finest fellas, living the dream. Raise the horns, it's showtime now. Finest fellas will take a bow. With metal hearts, we'll never yield. In the virtual arena, we own the field. People tune in, watching the fight. Their energy streams igniting the night. With every riff, the crowd goes wild. Finest fellas, forever a child. With sweat on our brows, we won't back off. Together we rise, we'll never scoff. Raise the horns, it's showtime now. Finest fellas will take a bow. With metal hearts, we'll never yield. In the virtual arena, we own the field. In the virtual arena, we own the field. In the virtual arena, we own the field. In this realm, we reign supreme. Finest fellas, living a dream. In this realm, we reign supreme. Finest fellas, living the dream. In the spotlight, they rise to fame. Finest fellas, remember the name. Guitars blazing, they rock the scene. Streaming glory, living the dream. Charging up, can't bring us down. In the chaos, we're ruling this town. Raise the horns, it's showtime now. Finest fellas will take the bow. With metal hearts, we'll never yield. In the virtual arena, we own the field. We own the field. People tune in, watching the fight. Their energy streams igniting the night. With every riff, the crowd goes wild. Finest fellas, forever a child. With sweat on our brows, we won't back off. Together we rise, we'll never scoff. Raise the horns, it's showtime now. Finest fellas will take the bow. With metal hearts, we'll never yield. In the virtual arena, we own the field. We own the field. In this realm, we reign supreme. Finest fellas, living the dream. hearts will never yield. In the virtual arena, we own the field. People tune in, watching the fight. Their energy streams igniting the night.
I'm just trying to set up a noise gate because my microphone's in the wrong place if I wanted to stream this. So the easiest thing to do is use my phone audio.
I see. My problem is my phone usually gets in the way when I'm trying to paint.
That's the upside. I don't know what your setup's like, but this one suspends it like above, so it's out of the way.
Right, where
Right.
was I?
Why did a bug feel like it needed to suicide in my paint? What is wrong with you? It's just like, yeah, I'm gonna die over here now. Don't do that.
Ah, this paint's as good a place as any.
It's a good place to die.
The fly was channeling its inner Klingon.
Today is a good day to die. Apparently the paint is a good place.
Yeah, I'm actually really surprised how well this German uniform gray has turned out for the leather color.
Yeah.
Obviously, I'm quite surprised at how well it's covering and all the rest of it, but the tone for it has turned out quite well.
User account.
Thing is, I've then just got to find something to highlight it with.
Get away. Okay, I'll let you guys get away. Anytime you want to cooperate with me, that'd be great, OBS. OBS hates me today.
OBS hates most people every day.
Normally I don't have an issue with OBS. But apparently today, it's just a big middle finger. What two are hidden? Oh. I don't care about those. There we go. Yeah, that should work if I decide I want to stream.
See, I find I get along better with Streamlabs OBS anyway.
Yeah, I mean, each to their own.
Find it
I
easier to
didn't
set
get
up,
along
like,
with-
pop-ups and stuff.
Yeah, I didn't get along with OBS. So that's Streamlabs OBS. Yeah, that's the view I get.
Hang on.
Yeah, no rush. I think you're in the middle of it.
Yeah,
I keep
I like
switching.
that view. That's a nice view. I could probably
as long as I
replicate
can
the same
actually-
thing with this one.
It's as long as I keep my hands like in frame, that's the problem.
That's the one thing I found to be quite difficult, is finding that nice position where I can brace myself in my comfortable brace position whilst still letting people see. I mean, people don't see every single thing I do, but they get the general idea.
I don't need to see every single thing though. Unless you're trying to do like a almost like a tutorial. How the fuck do I do this thing?
Which I am not.
No, it'd be like me. I am not. I pull stuff out my ass. Like, if you ask me how I do something, a lot of the time I don't know. I just did a thing and it worked. I couldn't tell you how it worked.
You did a thing, and the thing worked. He does not question the thing.
It's the Orc belief system. If I question it, it doesn't work anymore.
See, I'm just very different. Like, I ask people for advice and learn from their techniques, and
I do ask people on occasion, but at the same time, I'm also just incredibly stubborn. And I'm like, fuck it, I'm gonna work it out, and if it doesn't work, I'm gonna work it out.
the thing is as well, like, I don't know the color code or the color wheel, and it doesn't matter how many times I look at it, I will forget it very quickly. So having references to what colors to use with what.
Again, that's like I don't remember the color wheel or reference it at all. I'm just like, fuck it, I'll try this. Like my entire painting scheme is, let's see if this works. Yay!
The only thing I really did on my own was this armor color. Now, I did take some inspiration from the slap chop method of how to achieve it with the dry brushing and all that. But I bastardized it and made it my own.
Well, that's the whole thing, isn't it?
Like, slap chop is you prime black, you dry brush white, and then you just apply contrast paints or speed paints or whatever your speed paint is, you know? So I did kind of very different. I did a base coat of my blue of choice, and then I dry brushed on the lighter hues of blue. Then I put my speed paint over the top just to tie in all the blues, so it's not rough transitions. And that, I saw that from a mixture of, I made a mixture of techniques. Like, I watched all the big guys like Ninjon and a whole bunch of other guys, Eons of Battle, etc., etc. All the big guys that do miniature painting channels. And I saw a whole bunch of techniques that they'd used for blending colors, and for me, I saw, I'm pretty sure it was Ninjon, that he did something similar. He used contrast paints, maybe it was somebody else, but they used the contrast paints to blend the colors together, using a very similar color to just blend all the dry brushing and stuff together. So I kind of thought, that'll do, I'll do that.
Yeah. I mean, if it worked, it worked. I mean,
I've got very unique blue armor. I know on camera it looks like it's all the same blue, but in person you can see the different hues.
Yeah, I mean, when you sent me the close-up picture before, you can see it all. It doesn't show up very well on stream.
No, it doesn't.
It does look very, on stream it does look very flat.
Yeah.
You can see hints of it, but you can't really see the slow gradient. You can see kind of the two extremes.
Yeah.
And then you kind of, your eyes kind of pick up that there isn't like a defining line between them. But
in person, and if I did proper close-up pictures with proper lighting, you do see the difference.
Oh yeah, you do, yeah.
And it's not a harsh difference. Like, if it was a harsh difference, you'd be able to see it on stream. You'd be like, yeah, I can see all the differences he's done with his blue. Like, on stream right here, this looks like it's all the same blue.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Right, but I'm looking at it, and it's like, I can see the shadows.
Well, like I said, when you send me images that you've taken up close, like on your phone and stuff, it's been there is a considerable difference.
I haven't gone as harsh on these suppressors that I'm holding right now on the shadows and stuff, mainly because I want to paint them to a good standard, but I don't think I'll ever feel them. So I'm not putting... It's gonna sound awful. It's not that I'm not putting the same effort in. I wanted the same armor tones, but I didn't want the exaggerated transitions, if that makes sense.
Yeah, you're not going into the same time necessarily the same time expenditure on something you're not fielding.
Because these will look cool in a cabinet whenever I finally get a cabinet, or however I choose to display my minis. They'll still look cool, and you pick them up and you'll be like, they look fucking great. Or at least I hope they will by the time they're finished. But I'm not putting the same effort into their blue, and I really haven't done. It's still convincing, and it still merges well with my army. But because I knew I was never going to field these guys. And out of all my Space Marines that I've got, built or otherwise, these are the only ones I don't think I'd ever field. I mean, maybe if I was in a pinch for points, I might.
Yeah, if you just needed to make up a difference.
But we'll see. One thing I do need to try and practice on this lot of miniatures, though, is edge highlighting. And I need to try and find a technique I like for panel lining.
Edge highlighting, someone, I can't remember who it was, it might have been you mentioned it, was a damp toothpick. Like, dip a toothpick in water and get some paint on it. And then just scratch it across the edge.
It's not a bad idea.
I haven't tried it myself, just sort of know how well it works, but I've seen it a few times mentioned, so it's obviously worked well enough for more than one person to talk about it.
For me, it's usually about where to apply the highlights and what colors to use as a highlight. I'm sure the technique itself, if I practice it enough, I'll nail it.
I think with highlights, I usually think about where I'm kind of designing them to come from or be involved in. So, like, if you're thinking like planetary, like, so what sort of planet cover you've got, like if you're having them on like a lava base planet, then obviously your lighting is going to come from all over the fucking place, so your edge highlights are going to be all over the fucking place. But if you're thinking like conventional, like Earth-like planet with like a single sun, then you can do your edge highlights based on the fact that the lights, majority of the lights probably going to be coming from above.
Yeah.
That's how I usually go about it when I'm trying to decide on how I'm going to do highlights. I think about it the same way I do when I'm drawing. So where is the light coming from? Also depends on how you're highlighting though, because if you're not highlighting for light source, and you're just highlighting for like detail and definition, it's a bit different.
Yeah. I don't think the snipers have got any pouches on them. Maybe this guy does. Yeah, he does. But yeah, that's the two techniques I want to try, is the panel lining and the edge highlighting.
Yeah, I keep seeing a lot of stuff about the Tamiya liner.
Yeah, me too.
And like, you look at it on, I looked at it on Amazon.
It's not expensive.
And it's not expensive, but the image they use to show it makes it look terrible.
Yep.
It just looks messy.
Yep.
I'm just like, if I wasn't like seeing people that are getting really good results recommend this just on your post, just on the Amazon post, I would not touch it.
No, I'm the same. The examples they give look awful.
Yeah. And I look at it and it's like, oh, look at this, it makes your lining really easy. And like, it makes it look like you sneezed while trying to do it. It's like,
sneezed
what are you
out
doing?
black. It's like, oh my god.
And it's lying. I think, to be fair, I don't think their image helps. One, the fact that they're not doing it down like a thin crevice on the armor. It's like quite a wide panel gap.
Yeah, they're not going for precision.
Yeah, they haven't done it on a thin panel gap. They've done it on a wide like chunky base. That's one thing that's not helping with that. But I think the other as well is that they've done it on the wrong color, because they've done it on a really light tan, almost like mustard yellowy color, and it's just like, okay, so you've gone from like a really light yellow brown to dark. Like, there is no mid-tone.
Yeah, it's true.
They've just not done themselves any favour. This is the way they've chosen to try and display it.
Yeah, I see so many good things about the Tamiya panel liner, but I'm wondering, without having to buy even more product on top of the stuff I've already got to save up for, I wonder if there's a way I can do it with the tools and paints I have.
I mean, the way it works is no different, really, than a watered down wash. Like, I don't know if Vallejo do their equivalent of it, but with Army Painter, I have their War Paint Stabilizer, which doesn't thin out the pigment, but it makes it thinner.
It's just a flow improver, yeah.
Yeah, so it's basically just a flow improver. So doing that with virtually any color, you can get the same sort of effect. Because all it is like a really thinned out ink, really.
So yeah, the one thing I had is a flow improver that I used to get inside the crevices for the clone helmets and stuff. Is it's a bit separated, so I need to mix it. But is this flow enhancer?
Yeah.
This stuff right here. Daller Rowney flow enhancer. Now obviously I need to mix it quite significantly. But this is what I used. So I'm wondering if I can use this, maybe with either a contrast or a black paint or something, and use this to get into the recesses, but I'm not sure. I got that years ago, that stuff.
What you could do with, to be honest, is making up a model out of like the odds and sods that are left over, just so you can test those sort of things on it.
It's like you kept saying to me, it's just like, just get some spare models. It's like, I don't have the spare models.
Oh yeah, but like, you know, with all the Space Marine kits and stuff, you get like the alternate parts and stuff.
Yeah.
You could probably bash together a model to test some of this stuff on, out of the odds and sods. Because you don't even need to like really prime it or do much to it. It's just slap it together and give it a base coat so you can test the effects.
Yeah.
Doesn't matter if it looks absolutely fucking awful as a model.
Fair. Well, there's another reason I want to try and practice the panel lining. It's not just for these Space Marines, but for my Taub stuff that I've got.
Yes, because they have a lot
They have a lot of panels, yeah. So even if I wasn't to do it on all my Space Marines, just maybe the characters, if I can nail it. But the Tau stuff, I think, will really benefit from the proper panel lining.
Oh yeah, 100%.
I'm still not sure what color scheme I'm going to go with that Tau Combat Patrol. But I want to make it a replicatable one in case I do collect more Tau.
I mean, if you're going to do... well... If you decide to do like a homebrew one, because they don't necessarily have to be any specific one for Tau, just write it down as you go. Which is exactly what I did not do for this Dreadnought.
Well, the thing is with this blue armor, I've done it enough times now and replicated it perfectly enough times now where I kind of know what I'm doing with it.
Yeah, I mean, for a lot of these, like if you were to go and paint like NIDS or Tau for an extended period of time, the only thing you got to worry about is, are you going to remember the names of the colours you use? at that point.
The only one I...
Knowing you probably would. But
So
I
yeah,
would not.
McCrag blue, Calgar blue, Teclis blue, and Talisar blue.
See,
All
for this Dreadnought so far, it is only using 3 colours. Right, this second. I've got just a matte, it's matte black, true copper, and warlock magenta right now. But then I'm going to be toning the magenta down because it's too bright, way too bright as it is.
Oh, why has my phone died again? Well, it hasn't. It's just being a tit. Did I get a notification or a phone call or something?
Don't know, but it's gone vertical.
Hang on, just wait. I'm just checking. It has gone vertical. There you go. How about now?
That's better, yeah.
Eh.
In hindsight, instead of the warlock magenta, I should have probably used basilisk red.
Oh.
Yeah, it's still got the purple hue, but it's more of a red shade.
I mean, sometimes simpler color schemes are better.
Yeah, I'm gonna need to do a wash over this purple just to dull it down because it's too
vibrant.
there. Yeah, it's way too active. needs to chill the fuck out. But I've got the foot stuck down to the base now. And now I've got to build it from the foot up and then back down to the other foot. I like the way the feet came out though. They're really simple, but the simplicity makes it look alright.
Yeah.
Because they're just a jet black, but they have on the rivets they've got the true copper.
Okay.
And on the little plates at the end of the toes is true copper, and the riveted ring around where the ankle joint connects is that as well.
You said that True Copper was one of your Army Painter ones, right?
Yeah, it's one of the Army Painter metallics. I've only got a couple of Army Painter metallics.
I'm thinking about just buying the Army Painter Metallic set that they do.
Yeah, I was thinking about doing that as well. I've got gunmetal and I've got true copper. But Vallejo also do a mix that you can do, the metal medium, which is supposed to turn any colour into a metallic.
I'm too worried about that.
I haven't tested it yet, properly. I might do that in a minute and see.
I mean, we've had people like Frankie and Eddie and a couple of others as well, all saying the same thing about Vallejo metals not being too great. So I haven't heard any of them say that the Army Painter ones are particularly bad. Instead, Eddie said that the Army Painter metallics are quite good.
The Army Painter metallics, the only thing I will say about Army Painter metallics is if you are not doing a large, like a very small, sorry, if you're not doing a small area, water them down a lot, or a decent amount, because they go on, like, they seem to be designed as a one coat done otherwise, and
Right.
it comes across quite stodgy.
Well, I water down my metal paints anyway. Not much, but a little
Yeah.
bit.
Yeah, so you'll probably be absolutely fine. But you get, they feel like they're a one coat and done kind of thing, which isn't a bad thing, but it can be problematic when that's not what you're going for. I mean, a lot of the Army Painter acrylics come out quite thick, so you do need to water them down. But you do get a very good coverage out of them.
Yeah. I mean, I think the scheme I'm going to go for my Tau is like a mix of whites, reds, that sort of thing.
I think there is actually a Tau unit set that is white and red. So it might be worth looking at that.
Yeah, but I'm not sure. I kind of want to do my own thing with the Tau. I don't particularly like any of their presets that I've seen. There is one that's a lot of red. They're almost like Blood Angels equivalent, but Tau.
Yes, they're pretty much red with detail.
Yeah, and I don't want that.
Well, no, if you wanted that, you just would have done Blood Angels.
Blood Angel Tau, yeah. But no, the thing is, it's hard to describe because you didn't play the Total Wars. There was a faction, or a clan, sorry, in Shogun 2, and their clan colors were like reds, blacks, and a couple of whites in there, and it looked so good on the samurai, especially. Not so much on the Ashigaru units, but on the samurai. It was very well done.
Before Shogun 2.
I'm pretty sure their expertise were in the cavalry units. I don't know if that helps.
I'm just looking at the images for it. You said they were mostly...
There were reds, blacks, whites.
So there's two armies that come up. You had the Mori, which had the red and white flag, but their armor was black and red.
Right.
And the Takeda,
That's probably
which had the Takeda had the what looks like a black and a very red and a very dark blue armor with a red and black.
Okay, I'll have to find it and send you a picture, but
The Mori do have white highlights on their armor.
Can you send me a screenshot? Because I've got your chat open at the moment on the other screen, all the way over there.
Yup.
But there we go. That's what the pouches ended up looking like on the sniper.
Yeah, looking good.
And I like
So
it how it's that
the-
very slight different darkness from the actual black. Right, let's have a look.
So the Takeda are on the bottom row, and then the Mori are directly above
The
them.
body, that was it.
Yeah.
I like that. But I was thinking of mixing up more white into the black armor.
Yeah.
So imagine like the let's have a look. It's almost like a mix of the Hosokawa and the Mori.
Yeah.
Although, do you know what? Funny enough, the clan I played the most of in that game was the Shimazu. Hang on, I'm taking my headset out. Hang on, I can't hear you what you're saying. I can't hear you. Hang on, and I can hear you again.
Yeah, the Shimazu clan were quite good. I think that would look good on Tau as well, to be fair. The green and white. That
Yeah,
would look
they're
quite
good,
cool.
wouldn't it? It'd be quite interesting. But the Shimazu...
And green isn't... To be fair, green isn't a colour, unless you're playing Orcs or
some
very
Space Marines.
specific Space Marine chapters. Green isn't really a colour you get to play with all that often in 40k.
Cadians.
Yeah. But again, it's like, it's one of those specialist sort of things.
Yeah, it's not as common of a colour.
It's a far rarer instance than other colours.
If you ever watch Tabletop Tactics, dude, when they play with the orcs, the way they painted up the green armor on the orcs, it's that very cartoonish, bright, vibrant green, and it's so good. And yet they've still done the orc flesh to a point where you can see the difference between the armor and the flesh.
That's cool.
Yeah.
I've seen people
I actually
do
sent
like
you... Oh, carry on.
a green. I saw someone that did some walks that were like a green grey, like they were like a really washed out green.
Yeah. I'm pretty
which
sure I
looks
sent
kinda cool.
you. I don't know if I sent it specifically, but I put it in the Discord. The Tabletop Tactics have started their own Warhammer tabletop RPG series.
Oh yeah.
Wrath and Glory, I think it's called. Now, you're not really going to appreciate the
I've
individual.
heard of that.
You're not going to appreciate the individual players as much if you haven't watched all their battle reports to see how goofy and funny they can be. But it's got my 4 favorites from their battle reports, and so far it's quite doom and gloom because it is Warhammer. It's not D&D, where it sometimes can be quite funny, but they're still getting some funny moments in, and it's fucking great. I've only watched like an hour or so of the first episode. It's brilliant.
I've heard of it, so I am vaguely aware of it, but
I am at a crossroads of my painting to decide what the next step is. Now that I've done all the leathers, I have not. I'm lying to you. I haven't done the Phobos Lieutenant. Never mind. But yeah, I'm trying to decide on the next step after I've done that, because I'm not on the highlighting stage yet. Right. So I'm still doing all the base colors. Do I then base in the reds or the whites?
either way could be a bit sketchy because...
I mean, it's still going to look shit until I've done everything properly.
No, but what I mean is like reds and whites. It's going to be one of those things where with black, you can tidy it up easy. With red and white, no matter what you're doing, which one you choose to do first, if you overlap one with the other, it's going to stain very quickly.
Yeah.
Red more so.
Hang on, I need to check a reference real quick to see what that color was. Peter's saying
Yep.
skin. So, actually, Peter, I don't paint skin. I'm not good at skin. So I'm going to do exactly what I did with Tigurius here. And that is the correct pronunciation. See how I did his face? I'll try and get it as close to the camera as I can get. The closer you get, to see more I've done. But if I hold it about here, like you would normally look at it, that was a white face, painted white, right? Guilliman flesh, and I'm pretty sure I then highlighted with some Kislev flesh and Cadian flesh tone. And that's how I did his face. But I started with white on Tigurius, and I quite like how his skin came out. Now, again, the closer I hold it to the camera, the more you'll see those rough highlights, right? But if I hold him to about here, looks quite acceptable, I think. Especially for me in doing faces, because I don't do skin. I just don't.
To be fair, like games like GW, with as good as their models are, they do not do faces well.
No,
in my opinion. Like, in my opinion, they all look like wrinkled ball sacks.
Tigurius very much so. He looks like a wrinkled nutsack. No.
But the Imperium, like you can see why the Imperium can be so testy.
Especially the faces look like it.
Where do you think the Imperium gets?
Yeah, like if you were walking around with a ball sack for a face, you'd be pretty
Start
pissed
the
off all the
first step
time
by
as well.
basing with a dark brown similar to Rhinox hide.
Rhinox hide. That's what I need to start with. But yeah, you're not wrong. New Librarian has the same staff as Tigurius. The New Librarian? What New Librarian? How dare he take
11.
Tigurius' staff? How dare he? This is the staff of Chief Librarian Tigurius.
Maybe he donated it to them as a charity.
Maybe Tigurius died and the relic was passed on to the next Psyker. From the 11th box. Oh, did you watch the reveal for it? I'll go back and watch it. Just not right now, because I'm in the middle of a painting thing. What did I say I needed to start with? Rhinox hide.
Yep, Rhino arse.
Rhino bottom!
Sounds like it should be like the kitchen gun advert. Rhino hide!
Bang, 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 and the bum is there! I love you, Rhinox hide! All the models are on their site right now. Oh, okay. Are they available for pre-order now? Because if so, I need to go get my card. Is the 11th edition box available for pre-order? waiting for him to say yes or no. This will determine my next move as I'm mixing Rhinox hide. I think they said you will get them at end of June, so I assume no. I'm going to double check the website, because if the 11th box is available for pre-order, I'm getting one.
Again, it wouldn't be the first time Games Workshop has done a very long pre-order. Although that said, end of June is not that long, really,
No, it's not.
considering
okay, so
it's
they got
May
more
now.
stock in of the Armageddon Astra Militarum box. They got more stock in of that, that's fine. This is a FOMO one, available while stocks last. Fuck right off, Games Workshop. Lick my taint. Fucking fear of missing out bullshit. No, it doesn't seem that way. I'm on their pre-orders bit right now. It doesn't look like the 11th box is out there. But yeah, while stocks last, fuck right off.
What's that one on?
Armageddon Battalion Astra Militarum. It comes with their new tanks. So I'll put it on the stream. Oh, you won't be able to see it on the stream. But yeah, it's, let's see, if I
I've got the stream up.
Yeah, I'm just going, if I hide iPhone, and I add window capture, no, display capture, there we go. So this is the Astra Militarum box I wanted to get. It's got, there are 2 new light tanks, and it's got the half track, but it also comes with a Rogel Dorn and 10 guardsmen for 160, which is quite good. Considering if I look at how much a Rogel Dorn is by itself, it's quite expensive. £63 by itself for a Rogel Dorn, right? And then for Militarum, so we'll find regular Cadians is fine. You know, it's a good deal. 4 vehicles and 10 guard. It's not bad. Those are World War II tanks. Yes, they are. But yeah, it doesn't look like the pre-order is up yet for the new box. No, I mean, you got Commissar Yarrick, Commissar Graves, you got Gutsmech, Wazdaki Gutsmech, the Dogmata Superior, Inquisitor Croyle, the Adeptus Sororitas new box, the Armageddon Battalion Deathwatch box, the Armageddon Battalion for Orcs, and then the one for the Militarum. Yeah, no, there's none of that I'm particularly interested in.
My local shop has got a ton of the Imperial Knights in.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, they got loads of it in. I was looking at that before I got the box I got.
You wonder if the Chimera and the old Lehman Russes will go legend. I sincerely doubt it. The Chimera is still a solid troop transport for the Guard, so I sincerely doubt they'll go legend. They're a really solid troop transport. As far as the Lehman Russ, that is still the mainstay battle tank for the Imperium. The Rogel Dorn is like just a heavy tank, whereas the Lehman Russ is just your standard battle tank. You know? So I sincerely doubt. I'm not saying they won't, they might, but I sincerely doubt they'll replace those tanks anytime soon.
It depends on what they come out with for them over time.
Yeah. One thing I will say though, I do think the Lehman Russes need a modern sculpt, because they're still using the old Lehman Russes that I collected back and forth.
Yeah, they've not changed Lehman Russ in decades. But I suppose it's like if they don't need to change it, then why change it? But
It needs a bit more. Even if they do like Lehman Russ upgrade kit with like armor panels that you can slap to it, like extra bits for the Lehman Russ, just to make it more detailed, because it is quite a flat model. There is not a lot of detail on the Russ.
no.
Whereas the Rogel Dorn looks fantastic. Obviously being a much more modern model that they brought out for the Guard. I do love my Guard. I genuinely think though, when the Warhammer 40k comes out, I think the Guard will be my first playthrough. As much as I'd love to play the Space Marines, I think the Guard will be my first. Like, even when it comes to Dawn of War.
Knowing my luck, my army will be a fucking DLC.
Which one?
Nids.
Yes, they're going to be a DLC. They're not coming out on day one. You're not even getting a Chaos faction on day one, which I think is interesting.
Yeah, it's pretty much just Imperium, I think.
So you're
'Cause
getting...
Necrons aren't either, I don't think.
Nope. You're getting the Eldari, you're getting the Space Marines, you're getting the Astra Militarum, and I forget what the other one was. Was it Orcs?
So you're getting the Imperium and
Some.
Orcs.
The Imperium. The Imperium is
Okay.
vast.
Yeah. So you're getting a chunk of Imperium, you're getting Orcs, and then you have the Eldar, which nobody really gives a fuck about.
No, and I feel the Eldar need a lot more love.
I will say the Dark Eldar that I saw today were very tempting. They look quite... They've got a box set of Eldar, the Dark Eldar, which is more recent than what I've seen prior.
Right.
And they do look that like their sculpts could still do with a bit of an update. They could do with a bit of love, but they do look a bit more interesting than they used to. Because like the Dark Eldar now seem to have some unique sculpts as opposed to the normal Eldar, which back in 3rd edition, if you had Dark Eldar or Eldar, depended on how you painted them, that was the difference. If they were red, they were Eldar. If they were purple, they were Dark Eldar.
Fair.
That was the difference between them. And they seem to have their own codex as well, which is good.
My Predators and Vindicators were solid tanks too. I hope it won't. His armies have 6 Lehmans and 3 Chimeras. Exactly. They're mainstay vehicles of the Imperium mechanized divisions. I sincerely doubt they're going to replace them. If anything, they'll bring out modern sculpts for them, but outright replacing them, I don't think so. And if they do replace them, I think the Chimera would be replaced long before the Lehman Russ is.
Well, to be honest, Games Workshop, if their track record's anything to go by, the thing they'll replace first is whichever they sell the least of. Because people will buy it because it's a new sculpt.
Thing is, just both the Lehman Russ and the Chimeras are just solid choices at the moment.
Yeah. If it's two popular things, they'll usually go with the one that they've sold the least of recently. That's what they did with the Nids when they redid some of the Nid stuff. They eventually did both of the things they were talking about, but they went for the one they wanted to improve sales of because they know people will just come and buy the new sculpt.
Peter's saying Orcs, I think. Yeah, I think the 4th faction is Orcs. But yeah, I'm definitely going to be doing the Guard first, I think, when that game comes out.
I want to see if I can get an advanced copy. Get into the beta.
Please, sir.
I have already asked if it's possible, and I've been told he will ask questions.
Please, sir. Let me in.
I'm fortunate to live a 10-minute train ride from the town that Creative Assembly is based in.
I'll happily do stress tests for them and test the game out.
Yeah, I'm gonna ask the questions on whether or not I can get in on it, because I really want to. I mean, I got in on the early access stuff for Alien Isolation, so I got that 2 months before it came out.
One thing I will say about their stream yesterday for Total War is they conveniently avoided the one question that everyone kept asking for, is whether or not space battles will be a thing. They conveniently kept avoiding it.
From everything I have heard, yes.
Yeah, well, let's see.
But possibly not on launch. From the little tidbits I've been hearing here and there from my friend and just sort of across the internet, it seems like yes, but it's not likely to be a launch day thing. It'll be a later update. They're still working on them.
Yeah. I'm also a bit nervous about how they're going to price their new factions when they come out. Because obviously it's a business and they need to make money. And they'll probably do it the same way they've done Total War Warhammer 1, 2, and 3. But I'm a bit nervous because some of those were very expensive.
I don't know what the pricing was, so no. I mean, the average price for a DLC these days is anywhere from like £5 to £25.
Some of those factions were almost full game price.
That's...
Almost.
Yeah, that's not good.
Like, some of the DLCs for Warhammer 3 are just disgustingly priced. Greed more than actual anything else. Marine non-Primaris tanks were best for a long time. Tactical was outselling whole games. Games Workshop does strange thing with Marines, like Blood Angels release. Yeah, they do some odd stuff, don't they? They make some very interesting decisions.
Yeah, some of their marketing schemes seems like whoever's in charge of marketing over there has severe ADHD. Or bipolar.
Maybe both.
Because they're just like, yeah, we're going to release this, this, and this, and then, like, out of fucking nowhere, they're just like, Blood Angels! Where the fuck did that come from? You were looking at orcs a second ago. So yeah, we're going to release a whole new line of orcs, and they're going to do this, this, and this Tau. What? So he's got salesman Tourette's. Oh dear.
Yeah, very interesting decisions.
And some of them really have not worked out for Games Workshop in the long run.
Nope.
Because there's a few decisions they made that lost them a lot of people for a while. They just lost a lot of custom for a good chunk of time. Because they pissed off their own people just by doing stupid things. Fortunately, they seem to have learned from their mistakes and they now listen to feedback when people kick off. It's just whether or not they actually act on that feedback.
That's the thing, isn't it?
Sometimes they just go, we acknowledge your feedback and we are changing this, this and this. And other times they're like, we acknowledge your feedback, but fuck it, we're doing it anyway. Like sometimes they're just like, our customers have given us feedback and we think they are right. And we will do exactly what they suggested and what they're asking for. And then like the next week they're like, we've had feedback from our customers, but it's our product, so fuck you.
Seems legit for Games Workshop, yeah.
It's ours, we made it, fuck off, don't like it, don't buy it. And then when people don't buy it, they go, "Oh, we'll listen to you now."
Yeah, we're sorry. Come back, please.
Whoopsie, sorry. That was Dave.
That was Derek.
Fuck Derek.
Derek is an arsehole.
Derek's an arsehole. We don't talk to Derek anymore. It's always a fucking Derek.
It's always Derek, mate. Derek's fault. Derek's just sat in the corner having a fucking crunchy bar, and he's like, "What did I do?" Fuck you, Derek.
It's like it's the whole fire at will. What the fuck did I do?
Yeah, Will sat in the corner. Wait, what?
Fire at will. No.
No, stop it. Enough of that.
Fucking pack it in. I'm just trying to have my crunchy bar. I lost my Snickers. Dave stole my Snickers and I'm scared to ask him for it back.
Yeah, it's Rhinox hide I've got to build up with a few layers.
I'm currently using gunmetal.
Thankfully, the temperature in here is quite acceptable, so the paint's drying pretty quick.
Yeah, my problem is the paint is drying pretty quick. So I'm trying to do the wrist-mounted flamer, and it is drying too quickly for me to get the effect I want on it.
So Peter, how are you enjoying the stream, my dude? Haven't seen you around before. Thanks for hanging out. Yeah, but about that advice I was given about, you know, maybe trying to engage more with the streamer, like the viewers, and chat with them. It's just like, yeah, I do this, but it's not that easy, you know, when I'm trying to paint at the same time.
No, it's not very easy to look at the chat. What might be worth looking into is seeing if you can get a text-to-speech.
Oh, like, looking at the chat isn't the hard part. It's like getting the chat to be active, you know?
Yeah, but I mean, if you get a TTS, then it will read out the chat for you, so you don't need to look at it, and you can just respond as you're painting.
Okay, that's all the leather bits on him, I'm pretty sure.
So it might be worth looking into if it's just like, if responding to the chat is difficult because you're not getting the chance to look at it as often as you'd like while you're concentrating.
No, that's not the issue. It's like I was saying about keeping the chat active.
Yeah.
Look
But
at
part of
Robbie.
that-
What's going on, Robbie? Good evening. Tell
With
me I
the
don't get
text-
TTS. This is the internet. Fair enough.
I was going to say, with TTS, the upside of that is that your chat where they leave a comment, and it's the gap between the comment versus when you sort of get to a point where you can look up. Could be a gap, which is where it kind of quietens down. While you've got a small audience, TTS won't be too horrendous. If you get a larger audience, then TTS gets fucking horrific.
Yeah. I've lost it. Where's it gone? I'm looking for my old... Oh, it's sat right there! It's right there! And I'm like, I've lost it! Where's it gone? It's right there.
Hold on.
Fuck off. I just want to tidy up some of the blacks now. Oh,
And here you witness in real time senility setting in.
shut up. Oh, I feel like such an idiot. How we doing tonight, Robbie? We alright, mate? Do you know what? I'm going to use the excuse. I'm not wearing me glasses. There you go.
Go get your glasses, old man.
They're right there. I can see where my glasses are. I know where they are. Just can't find a bloody paint pot to save my life.
Well, keep your glasses when you find it.
I'll give me glasses.
Nah, I'm alright. My eyes aren't that tired yet. But yeah, now I'm just gonna tidy up all the blacks because I made quite a mess of the golds.
Oh, you.
What have you done?
I got a cold shiver down my spine while I was doing a very small part of a finger. And I painted the entire hand instead.
I just love that. It's not so bad if it's a color you can clean up.
This is a metallic. Not easy. I have to wait for it to dry to clean it. It's not one I can just kind of seep away.
You're gonna need to practice your Space Marines because I'm sharing the new 11th with a buddy, and I'm painting his librarian. Ooh, what chapter are you painting? Yeah, we were just talking about that new box. Unfortunately, the pre-orders haven't gone live for it yet. Definitely want to get one though. That's way too much contrast paint on my brush. There we go. I'm just touching up the blacks where I've made a bit of a mess, guys.
There's no context. That could sound quite bad.
Shush! Stop trying to get me in trouble!
If I was trying to get you into trouble, you would have already been banned. You know this about me. I mean, we did spend that entire stream trying to get banned.
Yeah, we did. Fucking...
Drugs.
Yeah, the schedule 1. Drugs, 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 drugs. What are you doing? Drugs!
We'll buy some meth.
Yeah, we'll buy some meth.
Fucking... It was a great stream.
We should go back to that at some point. We did start over.
Yeah,
we'll
we
get
did.
We'll get quite far quite quick, to be fair.
I'm alright, yourselves? Yeah, not too bad, man. Just hanging out, doing our hobbying. I have no idea which chapter your buddy runs. You're getting the orc part for yourself. Interesting. No context is always amazing. There you go. Phrasing.
That is why in every Discord that I have ever made, there has been an out of context quotes channel.
That sounds
And
fun.
it is always entertaining to read.
Yeah, the way this...
Although I did have to censor it once.
Oh dear.
Only because it made a member of the community that was in that Discord sound like a Nazi sympathizer that promoted a Nazi sympathizer that was all for genocide.
Yeah, not ideal.
I was like, that's not a good look for him. He's a streamer. He does not need that kind of optics. He doesn't need that feedback. I saw in a Discord you said this. It's like, no.
Yeah, I don't like how the lead belcher has covered at all. It's patchy and it's gross, and I'm so tired of Citadel metals. Back
I'll send
from
you a
lunch.
picture of how
Welcome back.
I'll send you a picture of how this one's covered. My God, that makes the phone warm.
Oh, whoops. I've missed something. I'll tidy the
That's-
metal bits up off camera. I'm not doing it on camera.
That's how gunmetal gathers.
Take a look in a sec, bud.
Yeah, I know. You are the occupied. I really appreciate if my eye would stop twitching when I'm trying to paint.
See, I find my eye does that if I've had way too much caffeine.
I have had one monster today, and that was at like 9 o'clock this morning.
Are you particularly stressed about anything?
No.
No more than usual?
Yeah. Usual stress of existing. Nothing new.
Truth. Yeah, I'm gonna tidy these metals up off camera. I'm not doing it on camera. I don't have the patience for that shit. If I ever need to get in trouble, our D&D group quotes channel might even get me jail time. Oh no.
Yeah. Yeah, my D&D group, when I used to run the game, they got some... There were some things I'm pretty sure were borderline war crimes.
Oh dear.
Right, you have no idea. You can play the most level-headed game of D&D ever, and your players, or the players in that campaign, will find the most heinous, unhinged shit to say from nowhere.
I believe you.
It's never a war crime the first time. To be fair, the not a war crime the first time was my party's motto. They were basically the Canadians of my world. Like, it wasn't a war crime if it didn't happen, if it hasn't happened before. But once they've done it, fucking was then.
There are one of these guys where I went really over on the gold, and I'm trying to figure out where it is.
Alright.
You?
I just looked up and saw what was being said in your chat.
Frankie saying, yeah, we'll turn any fun campaign into a murder hobo extravaganza.
See, I don't allow my players to be murder hobos because I don't do, for a start, I don't make it so it's worth it because I don't do XP based leveling. Because it just encourages them to kill everything that they come across because there's experience points in it for them. I do milestone leveling. So they have to do something. But also, if they turn to murder hobo just because they can, they get punished for it.
Oh yeah.
Because well, I had a group that did murder hoboing, right? And they would just go around and they would fucking murder everybody. Didn't matter if they were a plot point character or what.
Right.
So I decided to introduce a couple of small things for them. Every person that they killed unjustly, so they didn't attack them, didn't threaten them first, they weren't specifically tasked to kill them. Every time they killed them, the god that governed like the law would basically amalgamate that person's soul into the others.
Right.
And every time they essentially got a level up after doing all this murder hoboing, they'd have to fight the amalgamation of their deeds, which was several levels higher than them.
Jesus.
And we had one character that just abused an item they got. They got an item that basically absorbs spells. As long as they were a lower level than what he could cast, he could absorb X amount of spells a day.
Okay.
And just take 0 damage from them. And then I saw this thing online that someone did. And they did... I added a curse to this. I got them in a situation where I could add a curse to this necklace.
Right.
And it got cursed because it got upgraded. It was allowed to... It could absorb any spell once per day, no matter what level it was.
Okay.
But what he didn't know is I was keeping track of all the damage those spells should have done. And every single time that he absorbed a spell, I rolled the damage, added it all up, kept a total of it. The second he took that necklace off, it basically detonated, dealing all of that explosion, all of that damage in an explosion.
Sucks for him.
It sucked for the rest of the party as well, because it did it in a 10-foot radius and they were all huddled together over a campfire.
Dear Lord.
Yeah, he was just like, oh, he just took the necklace off and it detonated like a fucking nuke.
Robbie's saying, worst punishment that my DM implemented, pun dice. If we made horrible jokes, puns, and the like, DM added a pun dice, they were a d4, they randomly throw at you, and you take that damage. Huh. See, I'm not a D&D player. I don't play D&D, I don't know that much about D&D.
See, I didn't use pun dice. I would do a tally chart, just do a tally chart as I go for each player. And each time a player particularly irritated me, or just continuously made puns or something that would disturb the game, I made a note of it.
Right.
And every single time they got into combat, for every 6 marks they got, the thing that was attacking them got an extra d6 of damage. And in one campaign, I didn't even bother with that. For every mark they had for that game, whatever they were fighting, whatever they were doing, got if they were trying to do something, it got a minus whatever amount of marks they got. And if they were fighting something, whatever was fighting them got a plus whatever amount of marks they got.
See, none of this means anything to me.
So with D&D, you have like they have like your base skill level is 10, and then for every 2 points above 10 you get a +1, and every 2 points below you get a -1. So say your like perfect example, Grog from Vox Machina, his intelligence score was 6, so he got a -2 to all rolls that involved intelligence.
Right.
But his strength was, I think it was something like 7. It was like a +7 to it. He had 20. He had 22 strength or 20-something strength. So he got like a plus. Normally the most you get is a +5, unless you find a reason to go over 20. He had like a 7 strength, so he had like a +6 or 7. Depending on how you looked at it. So like when you roll, like if you did a strength check, you'd roll a d20 and add your modifier, which is what that plus or minus would be. So if you've got like you've got +2 to strength, you'd roll a d20. If you rolled a 10, you'd have 12 because you do 10 plus whatever your modifier was.
Sure.
D&D is maths with a story. That's all it is.
Still going then? Still going, Drac. Still going, mate. Lots of work to do, man.
Jesus. Yeah,
Okay, listen,
that
you hate
character.
my current character. His name is also Joe, with a ranger companion called Joe, and a familiar called Still Joe. Oh dear.
One of my players had a barbarian that he called Oof. And he was called Oof because he thought that was what his name was, because it's what everyone said to him when he hit them. I was just like, okay. Makes sense, I guess.
We get XP if we make the DM crack up laughing. It has to be organic and in-game, though. I'm never really going to be interested in D&D, though.
I
Not
couldn't.
to the level you guys are.
I couldn't run a game where they got experience for every time they made me laugh because my group were fucking menaces for that. They'd be level 20 in session 2. I mean, if I ever run a D&D game, mate, you're more than welcome to give it a go if you want to try it.
I mean, I'll probably try it, but I can't testify to if I would stick to it or not.
If I ever run a D&D game, I'll let you know. I haven't run one in a couple of years. Not since they announced the one D&D, which was just a fucking terrible idea.
Let's see. D&D math homework made funny. Fair enough. Good. Just been watching some Warhammer games, very similar to Gears of War. Interesting. Is that the one with the Grey Knights, by any chance? So all I'm doing right now, guys, I'm working on the sniper cloaks, and I'm using Storm Vermin Fur as a base layer for it. Now, unfortunately, with pretty much all Citadel paints, they go on quite thin, which is why it looks kind of gross and patchy, but trust the process. You build up over several layers, and then it'll come out smooth. Always starts off rough and patchy.
To be fair, that's not just Citadel paints, but Citadel are worst for it. Even some of the army painter ones can do that.
Yeah.
But Citadel are by far the worst for it.
And the trick is, guys, to get that smooth coat, you do loads of small layers, thin layers, instead of just doing massive thick layers. That's the trick to it. That's the trick I had to trust the process with and get used to the most. Because I'm like, yeah, but this looks disgusting. It's like, yeah, do it like 2 or 3 different times and you'll get the result you want, you know? That was the hardest part of layering for me, was learning to trust the process.
Orc logic, believe.
He's beginning to believe. Reasonably fast. So I can go back over it fairly fast.
First leg is being attached properly.
Have I turned down the audio? You can barely hear me. I haven't touched the audio settings. I haven't touched them, mate. Can you not hear me at all? Got some new brushes and paints today on my way home from work. Hell yeah, dude.
I shall return momentarily.
Okay, bye. Yeah, I've not touched the audio settings, man, so I'm not sure what that's all about. Got a weekend off to do. I'm gonna be busy. Yeah, man. Hey, Dracula, are you in my Discord by any chance? If so, what's your Discord username? work on what you're doing is bringing your interest back. Wait, what? Wait, what? Do you mean the work I'm doing is bringing your interest back in painting? Alright, Drac, no worries, buddy. But yeah, it's gonna look gross to start with, guys. Trust the process. It's about getting those smooth, thin layers. Just being careful around the face area. I might come back with that on a smaller brush, I think. Now that bit's gonna be gold. I missed that when I was doing the gold stage, that's fine. I'll come back to that little, like, ornate bit. Not a problem. Just gotta be careful not to get it where the blue armor is meant to be. Apart from that, we can be as messy as we want. Like that, see?
And I return.
Hello.
Do I spy someone asking for a Discord link from you?
I do not know, because I'm in the middle of something.
It should be in the description of the stream, to be fair. Yeah, it is.
Frankie... Wait, hang on. You should be on my Discord. Not used it in a while. Stopped using Discord when I fell out with my other gamer buddies. I've had a new Discord since then, bud, so I don't think you'll be on the same server. Frankie, you got a Discord link. It's not a link on your YouTube homepage. So if you check the description of the live stream, buddy, there should be one in there.
So you know, though, mate, in your description in there, you got the same thing twice. One with a Discord link, one without.
Oh, what?
Yeah.
Huh. I have to fix that.
I think, anyway. Today I'm continuing. Yeah.
Don't know why it's done that then, that's weird.
Yeah, I don't know. One, it's got everything except one of them has just got /Discord and the other one's actually got a Discord link.
Huh. I'll have to fix that then.
Yeah, I noticed it, so I thought I'd mention it to you.
Yeah, man, for sure.
Save you some hassle. Oh, there's a problem. There's always going to be some that smack it, they'll come in and mention it.
Yeah, you fucking know it, man.
There's always one.
There is. Surprised that hasn't happened yet.
Yeah, I'm surprised. I'm surprised. Normally, the smaller streams tend to get shat on from a great height on YouTube from bits and pieces I've seen. You've managed to avoid all of that so far.
I think it's because of what I'm doing. I'm doing a more
Yeah.
chill thing that attracts a lot more chill people. I have not met anyone doing this hobby yet that has been like a super zealot.
I have.
Oh, I'm sure they're out there. I'm just saying
I
that's
have had
coming to
the-
the streams.
I have had the misfortune of meeting many that are, you're doing this wrong. And when you ask them why, they come up with some vague law bullshit. Or because they said so.
You're doing this wrong because I fucking said so, bruv.
You're doing it wrong. Why is that? Because I don't like it. Oh, fuck then.
I'm sure some of the techniques I'm doing make some people cringe and go, "What are you doing?" But it's my technique, it's my process.
Mate, what are they going to do if they see me?
I think they would all go into shock.
Because you do techniques that they might do that too, but you do techniques that are actually techniques. I'm just like paint, brush, model, eh.
You just dip it in a tub of paint. There we go, done. Turns out looking like something from a studio. All he did was dip it in a tub of black paint. Why has it got all these different colors on it? Magic.
Magic. We spent way too much time around each other.
Yep. Right, I'm gonna let that stabilize for a sec. I want to fix that description now because it's bugging me. Now, I will warn you, Frankie, it is not a very active Discord, but it is what it is. Over to the computer.
I'm terrible at not being very active in your Discord, even though I'm there the entire time.
I am more active in Chaplin's Discord than my own.
I would say something similar, but I'm not in that Discord to be more active in someone else's Discord. So, however, I am However, I am more active in your Discord than mine.
Why has that done that like that, though?
I don't know.
I see it. That's so weird.
Did you set it up on your phone or something?
No. Alright, I will fix this, but I will do it after the stream. I will go back and fix it. That's weird. I don't know. Fuck
Yeah,
it.
no, I'm more active in your Discord than mine.
You have a Discord?
That's how active I am in it that you didn't even know.
Fuck it, you have a Discord? No, I mean, seriously, you have your own Discord channel?
Yeah,
I had no idea.
I only use it for storing shit mostly now.
Fair.
I set it up and then it didn't go anywhere, and I'm just like, whatever.
Whatever, man, it's there, it exists, it's a thing, but it's not a very active thing. It's like the roadkill on the side of the road, you're poking it with a stick. Oi! Oi! Is that alive? Oi!
Yeah, it's like the dead possum on the side of the street. It was a possum, it's not anymore.
Yep.
It was a Discord community, but it didn't survive.
Aww.
It died like roadkill.
Well, it's
on its own, waiting for a hobo to pick it up for lunch.
Yeah, it just ran out in the middle of the road. It's like, woo! Here's a fucking Mustang. Got it. I just tried to download Discord, but it won't let me. Not until I update memory. Oh, no worries, dude. When I was working at Games Workshop, I saw kids try it and tell other kids they're doing it wrong. We shut that down right away. Damn right, dude. Like, yeah, I'm doing things that most painters might cringe at, right? But it's the way I'm doing things, and if it's right, great. If it's not right, tough.
Fact is, if it's working for you, then it's right for you, and fuck what anyone else thinks. Like, at the end of the day, it's an individual thing. What works for you won't work for me, and vice versa, but it doesn't mean that either one of our techniques or approaches are wrong.
Oh, I'm sure if I tried to do what you do, bud, I would fail spectacularly.
Much the same as if I tried to do what you do.
Well, there you go. That's why when you do what you do and it turns out really well, I'm like, holy shit, dude. Well, I do love that purple. I do see it now. That is a very vibrant color. Holy crap, dude.
It really is, and
Holy moly.
That is 2 coats over black.
Huh? No, it's not. What paint brand is that?
That's War Paints.
Was that the Fnatic range, yeah?
Yeah. Yeah, Fnatic acrylics.
And that's smooth, dude. That's a nice smooth finish you got. I'm really not enjoying Citadel.
No, that's why I stopped using them for the most part. Citadel, the only things I'm using from Citadel now are their effects and some of their washes.
Like after using,
that and the airs. I like some of their airbrush ones. They're quite good.
Like after using the Vallejo paints there, I'm just like, ugh, can't stand Citadel.
Yeah, I mean, I won't shit on Citadel's airbrush because I like their airbrush paint. Like, one of my favourite paints I have that is airbrush is theirs.
I'll be honest, I haven't used their airbrush line. I do have a few of their airbrush ones over there in the corner, but I haven't used them.
Yeah, that Eldalon purple I use. You know, on the Tyranid, the one that got the really shiny finish?
Yeah.
That's an airbrush paint. From Citadel.
Who is this guy? Dude sounds like a pretty chill guy. What, the one on the voice? The one that you can hear? That's the one you're on about. His name is Open Strand. We've been hanging out for, what, a couple of years at this point now, isn't it?
Yeah, close to. Probably coming up to 3 or so.
Yeah, a couple of years. Can't believe it's been that long already.
I'm surprised you put up with me for that long, mate.
Surprised you put up with me that long, fucking hell.
I barely put up with myself for that long.
Fucking preach it, lad! There are days where I do shit and I'm like, why the fuck did I do that, and punish myself for it?
There are days I wake up and I'm just like, I'll get up, I'll like start getting ready for work, and I'm just like, what the fuck is wrong with me?
Right.
It's like, fuck it.
Oh, too funny.
Or I'll do something, and it's just like you got that little voice in the back of your head. He goes, "You really are a fucking idiot."
Oh, mate, that's me whenever I, like, you know, when you hit the wall or something, you've walked through that corridor God knows how many times, and yet you still collide with the bloody wall or the frame or whatever it is.
Oh, mate, don't. I will walk through this house in the pitch black with my eyes closed, not touch a single thing. Middle of the day, wide awake, and I'll walk into a fucking door frame.
Right?
So how can I navigate blind but not with eyesight? What the hell?
I know this place like the back of my hand. Dunk. Oh, fuck. Who put that door there?
I know this place like the back of my hand, unless I can see.
As soon as I open my eyes, it's a bit different.
It's kind of like me with Beat Saber. The only time I'm coordinating is when I'm playing that.
There you
Or I have a weapon in my hand.
We had some kids tell us red shirts were doing stuff wrong. We had to pull the, okay, Junior, let's see yours then. You're doing it the way my cousin does it, and I didn't realize there was a right and wrong way of doing it. Doing what? Right and wrong way of doing what, though? The thing is, with miniature painting, there are many ways you can approach miniature painting. Many different ways. Huh?
If you're talking right or wrong way of doing miniature painting, there is no such thing.
It's a very subjective term, that, isn't it?
There is what works for you. There is no right or wrong.
Well, yeah.
The only way I would say there is a wrong is if you're trying to do ultramarines and you're using red.
I will say the only way you can paint miniatures wrong is if you're not thinning your paints. If you're not thinning your paints, you're not really doing it right.
You say that, but I don't often thin my paints.
And yet somehow they still look amazing, so shush.
I am the exception to the rule because I apparently follow orc logic. I believe hard enough therefore it works. I am proof that the Warfield is real.
But yeah, it's just like Dracula. There is no real wrong way of doing miniatures. You know. It also depends what exactly you want out of the hobby.
Yep.
You know, for me, I just want to have a good time and do my best to get some pretty solid results out of my miniatures. You know, I try.
If your goal is to play over paint, then just base colours is the right way to do it.
More than enough, yeah.
If your goal is to get good at painting, then every fuck up you make that isn't quite what you're after is a step closer to what you're aiming for. As long as you look objectively at what you've done, and look at what you don't like about it, and try and fix what you view as a mistake, then there is no wrong way of doing it.
Very much.
Like, I'll look at models I've done that at the time I was like, that looks really good, and then I'll wait a week and I'm just like, what the fuck was I thinking? Although my Norn is not one of those things so far.
No, you're
I
not
am very happy with my Norn. Yeah, I'm very happy with my Norn. This Dreadnought, however, I have a feeling I will not like it.
Why is that then?
I don't know. I just get the feeling that I'm not gonna. I don't think it's gonna be bad. I just don't think I'm going to like it.
Maybe it just hasn't turned out the way you wanted to?
Yeah, I think it's just not quite. I don't think it's going to turn out how I originally envisioned it. Which isn't a problem, but it just means I'll learn for the next time I take on a Dreadnought. Which will almost certainly happen. Or I'll take what I didn't like from the Dreadnought and make sure I don't do that on my Titan.
Yeah, I was about to say that very same thing, yeah.
because I'm currently doing the. I can never remember the type of dreadnought I have.
Is the Redemptor or the Venerable?
Redemptor, that's the one. So I'm currently doing a Redemptor dreadnought, and I have the Legions Imperialis Warlord Battle Titan to do.
He's got the Titan.
As well as my Daughters of Cain Spearhead Dogs.
Oh, yeah, you got them today.
I haven't even started building them.
I will say, out of everything in this hobby, building and like getting rid of all the mold lines is the worst part of the hobby for me.
I enjoy building. I don't like getting rid of mold lines. I don't like that bit. I quite enjoy building them, but then I like building things. Like I got those book nooks to build because I just felt like building something. But I can see why people don't like building.
I don't like building them at all.
Especially as good as the Warhammer quality is, whoever does some of their instruction manuals, especially for their Titan, needs their head kicking.
It's Brother Dave.
Because they'll go, put this bit to this bit, and then afterwards they'll show you the steps that lead to you having the bit they want you to glue together. It's like, show me step 1 first, rather than showing me step 3, and then afterwards showing me step 1 and 2.
It's funny because it's true, man.
They're just like, glue this and this together, and I'm looking at it going, where the fuck's that bit? Oh yeah, I have to build that yet. You haven't told me how to build that bit. Okay. That is probably my biggest complaint with Games Workshop. Or Warhammer, I keep calling it Games Workshop. With Warhammer models, to be honest, is their instruction manuals. They're like, step 1, build this. But also, step 1A.
Right.
Build the part that we want you to glue together. Like, what you didn't realise is step 1 is actually step 1C.
But yeah, Dracula, what did you mean by the way I do things is the right way of doing things? What do you mean? I'm a bit curious about that. Because I'm almost certain that it is not the truth.
If he means in as much as like your method about going about painting, I would say you do the method that is usually advised.
Well, yeah, it's because I follow all the tutorials and take people's advice, like Eddie and Frankie and a whole bunch of other people as well that give me advice, and then I go onto YouTube to see like specific color schemes, perhaps like this cape. I'm following a color scheme.
Whereas I'm the asshole that just goes, colour, paint, done.
I like that one! That'll do! It looks fucking gorgeous!
Yeah.
But it works for you. That's the annoying part. It works. You come up with these color schemes, and I'm sat there scratching my head and picking my nose, going,
How the fuck's he done that then?
Yeah, and then you ask me, I'm just like, I just pick colours, man. I don't know.
"What color's that? Pink. What kind of pink? Pink. All right. What about that blue? What color's that blue? I don't know. Blue.
It's the first blue I picked up. I think it was this one.
Yeah, I know you're not that vague, but you know, just for the sake of example.
Yeah.
Well, put that together, and voila, rainbow.
Yeah. What colours did you pick? I don't know. Citadel ones.
Fuck you know.
I picked the kind of greeny one, and then the yellow one too.
So I'm almost happy with this. This is like several thin layers of that color, Storm Vermin fur over the cape. Now there are still bits that need a few layers, but I'm just gonna let this properly dry now.
I was going to ask you what that grey was.
So it's Storm Vermin Fur. This one. And it's got the proper Warhammer sticker on it now, and not the Citadel.
I have one Warhammer paint, but it doesn't make a difference. They're all the same.
They're all, it's still Citadel. Everyone, for the longest time to come, is still going to call them Citadel paints.
Yep. Just like I still call them Games Workshop.
Yep. Yeah, I still call them Games Workshop. I still say I go down to the Games Workshop. Because for the longest time, that's what it was called. I really don't like those metals, though. They've dried so shit.
Did you see the metals I sent you?
Hang on. Let me scoot over to get a proper look at it. Is dry better than mine?
That's one coat.
Is dry better than mine one is? I'm at my wit's end with.
I will say Army Painter do some very, very good paints, but there are some that they do not do very well.
Well, yeah, it's like every brand has got good paints and bad paints, and I think my biggest one for Army Painter is going to be their speed paints and their metals.
So speed paints, I will say, will say one thing about their speed paints, that if you are looking to use their speed paints, be very careful what how you use them and how you layer them.
Oh.
Let them dry 100% before you go over the same area twice, because you will get pooling.
That's the same thing with any speed paint I've found.
But it's the problem I find with the Army Painter ones is if you go over it before it's 100% dry, all you do is scrape off the layer underneath, and then you end up with horrible gaps. So you have to be really careful. So if you do get them, just be aware of that.
I mean, I've got that little packet that you recommended and I bought as well. My only problem was the tones were a bit too dark for what I wanted. That was the only problem I had with them.
Yeah, if you thin them down, they get lighter. But not by much.
Especially because I remember I was trying that magic blue for my Space Marines.
Yeah. Magic blue is quite a good blue, but it's an afterthought rather than a primary. Their speed paints work really well if you use their spray paint.
Right.
Because you remember I said to you, their spray paint feels like it doesn't look like it, but it feels like it has a bit of a texture.
Right.
That, if you use that as your primer, it doesn't do the peeling thing, and they sit really nicely. But over airbrush priming and Citadel prime spray, they don't sit as nicely. They're not as easy to use if you're using non-Army Painter spray. I don't know if it's actually a thing or if it's just me, but for me, I find I don't like the effect I get.
I'm almost tempted to airbrush this stage. I just don't think I could get the accuracy.
Yeah, I was going to say, as long as you reckon you can get the control, go for it. Why not? But getting that accuracy is a problem.
That is the issue.
I kept thinking that with this Dreadnought, and I'm just like, no. Can't do that consistently enough to warrant taking a chance.
And then the chat died.
Oh, shit. I'm still yet to use that airbrush putty.
You say you're having trouble getting it out of the pot.
Yeah, it's a little bit weird. It's like you have to warm it up in your hand. Otherwise, it just snaps. Which isn't a problem. But I wasn't expecting it to be like that. But it leaves no residue or oil. It feels like it should be oily, but it's not. It's weird.
Yeah.
Ah, got blue paint everywhere. I am now about to use the plasma coil glow. Glow. It'll be a very different colour.
One thing I do need to get, especially if I want to do the object source lighting, is some white ink.
Thinned down white airbrush paint. Do the same thing. You can use it on a brush. Just stipple it. What the fuck? Why do I have a cobweb on this?
That's what she said.
Making a start on my plasma cannon.
I am so curious to see how that Titan of yours ends up, though.
Yeah, me too.
So yeah, you and me both.
Kind of the story of my life, really, with this. I'm really curious to see how you do on that. Yeah, me too. I don't know how that's going to go either.
You're working again some more.
Yeah. Always working.
Mate, I wish I had a job.
Don't get me wrong, I'm glad I've got a job, but sometimes, like, could it just not? I just want to sit and be lazy. Without a time limit.
Gets boring after a few years.
I know, I've been there.
I've been there since 2019, my guy. I'm sick of it. I'm sick of not being able to get a job.
Yeah, I get it. It sucks to be in that situation.
It's like that one I
Especially
told you about, like, McDonald's. Sorry, you're not the type of guy we're looking for. It's like, are you fucking kidding me?
what they mean is you're not at school either. They can't pay you minimum. They can't pay you the lower minimum wage. That's what it means. You are over 25. They have to pay you the adult minimum wage.
I don't even know what that is anymore.
I believe it is £12.70 something.
Oh, sick! Last time I got minimum wage for a job, it was like £9 something.
Yeah, I believe it's at £12 something an hour now. I don't know, because being the assistant manager, I'm on salary, so I'm not on an hourly rate.
Yeah. Well, I've tried applying to so many jobs, not so much over the last few weeks, admittedly, but I've tried applying to so many. I'm just so tired of either getting no response or being told sorry, you know? Don't be sorry.
down this.
Don't be sorry. Give me a fucking job.
If you go down this way, I know a few places that probably give you a job.
I can't move.
I know. No, because you're the one, you have a reason to stay there. That's the problem, like there's a lot of benefits to being where you are, but the job market up there is just not great.
It's garbage.
I mean, the job market's not great anywhere, to be perfectly honest, but it's bad there.
You know, I've had a conversation with a few people that are up at this neck of the woods, and they're like, oh, it's all the foreigners taking our jobs. It's like, it's not, though.
It's not.
It's
that
not,
doesn't
though.
help.
Yeah, yeah, that's what I was saying. It's like, it's not very helpful that, you
It's
know,
a
there's a lot
contributing
more...
factor, but it's not the reason.
It's also about the type of employment I'm not willing to do, like caring. If I wanted a care job, mate, I could get one tomorrow.
Yeah, oh yeah. Care work and cleaning are usually the two that are most prevalent.
But I'm sorry, it's not the type of work I think I could do, and I definitely don't think I could do it for very long. Like, I will take my hat off to anyone who's a caterer or has been a caterer, because that takes some dedication
Patience.
and
More-
and patience that I just
more
don't have.
like, yeah. I don't have that sort of patience. I barely have the patience for retail. I don't know how I still have a job in retail. Like,
Yeah.
given my thoughts on people as a general thing, and children, I have picked two of the worst career paths over the years. Or several of the worst career paths. I was a teacher's assistant for 2 years. I worked as a special constable for 1.5 years. And now I'm in retail.
Interesting choices, sir.
I also worked in brickwork and carpentry for a while as well. But that was not too bad. You don't deal with people that much.
Be an interesting idea. Carpentry.
Yeah. I went to college for it.
Frankie saying for airbrush accuracy, start airbrush priming and practicing accuracy. You're going to cover the primer up anyway, so it's not super important. Yeah, it's a good point, dude. I'm still brand new to airbrushing, to be fair. I think I did a great job with my airbrush for the bits I did airbrush on these guys. But
Yeah, you've done well with it. You did better with airbrushing than I did.
well, to start with. But to be fair, I had the advice from you and from the YouTube
Yeah.
tutorials and stuff, you know, to be able to learn from all your mistakes.
I told you, don't do this, it goes horribly wrong.
Therefore, I did not do it.
Like, you know that thing you're about to do, don't do that.
Oh yeah, and that thing you talked about wanting to do with your airbrush? Yeah, you're gonna fuck it, mate. Don't do that either. But yeah, so I had a lot of help when I started airbrushing.
To be fair, airbrushing is the only thing that I looked at tutorials for. Mostly on how to just how to not fuck my airbrush immediately.
That's fair. I mean, yeah, so for me, it's just refining the control on it.
Yeah. It does take some time to get that down. Even now, I haven't got that down. At all.
In time.
Yeah, you'll get there. But right now, coordinated toddler. You get the general direction correct, and that's about the extent of it. I got the spray bit facing the model and not my face. I am yet to airbrush my own face.
I'm sure you get there though, bud.
I have airbrushed my own hand by mistake.
Thing is, I don't wear gloves or anything, so I used my hand as a test bed. When I was too lazy to reach over for the paper. I mean, the skin on my hands is fucked anyway, if you'll see, look. It's like, it's fucked anyway. So, I'm not that bothered. It's not like I've got nice skin on my hands where I'm too worried about ruining my pretty skin.
Well, that didn't go well.
But yeah, when it comes to airbrushing, you know, I'll get there. It's the same as everything, you know? Practice,
Yeah,
practice, practice.
Just keep on at it.
But I feel like when I get round to doing that tank, that's going to be perfect practice.
Yeah, because you'll have large panels to practice on. Which means you can practice little details. You can practice, like they were saying, like it was said in your chat, like you can practice on the bit you're going to cover up anyway, doing the finer control.
Yep.
That's what I was doing with the Dreadnought, to be fair. Come on, you stopped just before connecting.
Alright, I'm gonna let him sit for a minute and let that whole coat dry before I try and agitate it some more and get some awful texture I don't want, and then I'll go over it with yet another coat. Ugh. But yeah, Frankie, all I'm doing right now is just building up multiple thin layers of storm vermin fur to eventually get my smooth coat like this. Because this took, what, 3 layers? I think I did in total on that one. So, you know, I'm just taking my time. And it's amazing how fast time goes by doing this hobby, you know? I'm already on almost 5 hours of doing this. And it's like, how many hours have I put into the, this session of Combat Patrol? Just getting as far as I have. I haven't even finished doing all the base colors yet.
Yeah, you've done a good few, like, 12 plus hours. Probably closer to 20 hours by now.
Oh yeah. I'm not worried about how much time it takes. Like, I'm wanting that decent standard I got with my previous Combat Patrol. And if I can get that standard at the end of this, I'll be a happy man.
Thing is, like, if it takes you a while, then it takes you a while. It's just, like, I would, like, for me, I would rather spend, like, that norm, that took me 3 weeks.
Almost, yeah. Just about 3 weeks, wasn't it?
I spent 3 weeks painting that bastard.
See, once I've got all the base layering done, what I'll then do is I'll go into my shading for, like, the golds and the silvers. Now, just so everyone who's watching this just now or as a video, I will go back over all these silvers off camera. Because there's going to be a lot of swearing, there's going to be a lot of things said that probably should not be said on camera very, very often.
So, I will probably witness these.
And yes, you will be sat in a chat with me, and I'm like, there's a fucking...
It's fine. It's fine. I'll share screens on Netflix and we'll have a comedy.
Yeah, we'll just
thing
do it
going.
live, but I need to get the blooper machine. I'll just like, you absolute beep.
Yeah, you need to set up with a delay so I can, so mods can just be like, no, you're not allowed to say that word. That one's a hate crime.
How dare you, finest? That one's a hate crime. But yeah, it's just the silvers have really annoyed me. I've never had this much trouble with lead belcher. It's never been this bad. And I don't know if that's just because the pot is old and I'm still using the old pot of lead belcher or whatever it is.
It might be that.
It might be that, but whatever it is, it's fucking awful.
It might also just be Citadel.
It might not be, because I've never had that issue with lead belcher before. Never. This is why it's been my favorite metal paint.
You complained about Citadel recently, so it's just like, fuck you.
Yeah, I've now got that mentality. It's like, all of Citadel must go. No, I'm just kidding. Like, I do quite like the flesh tones. The blues are pretty good. I've not really used much of the green, but I've not had much success with them. I like the reds and yellows. I've not used much of the yellows.
Citadel's like anything though. It's like all the paint brands have. Like they have their paints where they're the gold standard, and then they have others that are just like. Eh.
I used to love their shades, but not anymore. I don't like what they've done to the new batch of shades. They're just they're not as dark. They don't shade as well.
They don't hold pigment over areas. They thin down as you use them.
I do love their contrast paints, though. I will say that for Citadel. I love the contrast paints.
See, I don't get on with their contrasts, but I get on really well with their airbrushes and their effects.
Well, the thing is, because I'm the same as Eddie, what I do with the Citadel contrast paints is I use them as a glaze, as opposed to just a speed paint. Like, I've never used any of my contrasts as a proper slap chop speed paint method. I've always used mine as a glaze.
See, I don't even do glazing.
Glazing is very helpful, and hang on, if I can go over here real quick, not
I've seen the effect you can get with it.
hang on, take the headset off. Now, in fairness, I didn't do a good job with the glazing, so I should have put way more time into it. But I did glaze with the leathers here. It's not a very good example, but
I mean, I've seen the effects that you've managed to get with glazing. I've just never done it.
yeah.
Well, I say that. I've never done it intentionally.
I think what I do need to do... Oh, here's a good example. With the glazing is really just take my time on it.
Yeah, I mean, like you've done it really well, and it looks really good. But as I say, like I've never done it intentionally. It's been one of those things where I've done it because I'm just doing a thing, and I'm like, oh, okay. Just because that's the way I exist, and that's the way I paint. It's just like, oh, all right. I would not recommend anyone attempt my method of painting intentionally.
Right. Frankie's saying he doesn't understand everyone being so concerned with how long it takes. I paint to do the painting, I game to do the gaming, I hobby hang out to hang out. I don't want to shortchange any of the activities with a time limit. Exactly. Like,
Yeah.
I hate to, like, that's the one thing about Games Workshop, about gaming at the Games Workshop, is you are obviously quite limited to their time, you know? Like, the late night hobby gaming that they do at my local one on a Thursday night, if you can book in a table, right, is you're obviously quite limited. I think it's from 6 p.m. till whenever they close, because it's a lot later on the Thursday night for late night gaming. I think it's like 6 till 9, maybe 6 till 10. I think it's 6 till 9. But you're still limited by their time. So if you wanted to do a big apocalypse... Like, say you wanted to do a big apocalypse game or a big narrative game, you know, set over multiple episodes with different scenery, you can't do that at my local.
Yeah, sometimes 3 hours is not enough. I mean, depending on what you're doing, like the first hour is just setting up.
Yeah, can be. Setting
Like my
up,
old
goofing
Nick
off,
games.
nerding around.
my old NID games back in the day, like you'd have like a 4-hour window to play. The first hour of that was setting up, and inevitably games would last like 7 turns tops if you were quick.
So you get 5 turns now. And then I believe you can still roll a certain number to see if you have any more turns after that. I believe that's still a mechanic.
So we just played until, because we did Annihilation, you played until you ran out of time, and it was done on point count remaining. So for Annihilation, it was always like, right, we have to pack up now. How many points do you have left? Like,
right.
What's your army point count? Because if you've got more than me, then you win.
That's fair.
Yeah, because we were like playing like 1,500 or 2,000 point armies. So whoever had the most point value left, it was for the fairest way to decide who won. Because like, if you did it model count, then I would win most games because Tyranids. If they hadn't decimated my NIDs, then I always had more models than, like, say, a Space Marine player, because their stuff was more expensive.
I do miss the days of playing my guard, though. With all the fun rules and orders I got to give my guard. First rank fire, second rank fire. And if my target was in rapid fire range, so I got an extra dice for my attacks because of rapid fire, but then also an extra dice on top of that for the first rank fire, second rank fire. So you can imagine how many dice I was rolling for these massive volleys of las guns.
I miss the old Tyranids, like Gene Stealers running in, and with the stuff I'd given them, they were getting two attacks each, and they were a squad of 12, and I could get base-to-base contact with like 9 of them.
Oh dude, Gene Stealers are still disgusting. I played against a guy who had the Tyranid Combat Patrol I told you about, who decimated me.
Yeah.
And his Gene Stealers, I don't remember how many attacks it was specifically, so I'm not going to pull a number up my arse. But his Gene Stealers annihilated every single time they got in close quarters combat.
Oh, they do. They are so ridiculous. I mean, they used to be worse, because you used to get instant crits, instant wounds. Sorry, on rolls of 6 if you gave them rending. If you gave them rending talons.
That's still a thing.
But like, you'd have 9 Gene Stealers swinging twice in base-to-base contact, doing instant wound on a 6, and then just horrendous damage on anything over 3.
Yeah, that's still very much a thing.
And if they're in range of a synapse creature, then you could re-roll 1s.
See, I don't know what because I don't play Tyranids, I don't know what the rule is on synapse creatures anymore.
I don't know what it is anymore. Synapse creatures used to,
Wasn't there like a leadership buff?
Yeah, kind of. Yeah, so like you get the outnumbered and whether or not you have to retreat.
Not
I
anymore.
don't know if that's still a thing.
Not anymore.
You used to get this thing, like, if there was, out of my 12 Gene Stealers, say, I think it was like they were just over half lost. So if I lost like 7 Gene Stealers.
Oh, that's a thing, yeah. So that's just like the casualty roll. You have to make the to see if they get battle shocked.
Oh, they used to have they used to retreat. They just used to flee. So like, that would be a problem. But if you had a synapse creature within 12 inches, then they were basically immune to fleeing because they were fearless.
That sounds like such a great rule.
Yeah, they had the fearless buff basically, because their instinct went run away, and the synapse creature went, the fuck you are, carry on.
There's a fly in here, piss off.
And the synapse creatures were great because there were so many of them, like Xenanthropes, Lictor was one back in the day. the Hive Tyrant. The Tyrant Guard had a weird rule where they both were and were not a Synapse creature. They like essentially did the same thing, but it was basically just intimidating presence. It was the thing of, if we run away, that thing's going to eat us, whereas these things might kill us, so they had a better chance of staying in the fight.
Frank, saying rending.
Yeah, rending was... So, back in 3rd edition, it used to be called Scything Talons, even for Gene Stealers. And it was like, if you roll a 6, instant wound. Doesn't matter what it is, instant wound.
So it sounds like mortal wounds.
Yeah, it's probably, I don't know what they changed it to these days, but yeah.
I'm just trying to see what the modern equivalent would be. It sounds like mortal wounds.
But you could have that, like, so a Gene Stealer squad, like a full 12 Gene Stealer squad, to give the full 12 Scything Talons was an additional point per unit. And it's like, well, why wouldn't you give them that? Like,
exactly.
It takes them from dangerous to virtually unstoppable in close combat. But yeah, you could give almost everything in the Tyranid army Scything Talons. Except for the bit, like every unit, base unit that had claws, you could do that. You couldn't do it to elites or HQ choices because that would be ridiculous. Giving a Carnifex Reds like Scything Talons. Oh, you wound on a 6. It attacks 4 times and has a bonus to all its hits.
Sounds amazing. For the
Tyranids. Tyranids used to be so... I don't know how they are now. I'm guessing they're still fairly broken because that's how Tyranids exist. But in close combat, Tyranids were always just fucking obsidian creatures.
See, I haven't played against any Tyranids properly in a proper big game. I've only played the Combat Patrol, so my numbers were extremely limited anyway. But from what I've seen on like battle reports and stuff, I'd say it depends what they go up against. And
yep.
I would also say it depends what they're fielding. Because I've seen games for battle reports where Tyranids wipe the floor. But I've also seen games where Tyranids struggle quite a bit.
Tyranids are weird because similar to like when we played Battle Sector.
Yeah. Which you
like,
still haven't defeated me on, by the way.
Yeah, well, that's because my armies don't have half the units I need. Like the Tyranids are great when they get to you. The problem is they have to survive long enough to do that.
You almost won that game of Armada against me as the Borg. Almost, but you let me research way too much to where I was able to just spam torpedo ships. I remember you getting quite annoyed that I was melting your cubes.
I don't remember.
This was a while ago, man, but I remember it well because you were getting quite frustrated that your cubes were getting melted. So yeah, I'm distracting you with chaff, and I've got a big line of New Orleans torpedo cruisers set in siege mode. And then steam runners firing tricobalts with the Mark 10 torpedoes. Yeah, you let my military research go far too long along its tree.
Because I was trying to get to something myself.
Yeah, wasn't it the big Titan, the progenitor?
No, it wasn't the Titan. The Titan was what I ended up with, but it wasn't what I was going for.
Oh man, those were good games. Although if you played against me, and I was playing anything other than the Federation, and you were playing as your Borg, I think I would struggle.
The Borg are ridiculous, to be fair.
You are the Borg. It's like, yes you are, please don't hurt us.
Yep, you're the Borg. Go away.
Please don't ass laminate me.
So that's Stellaris game where we were both the Borg.
That was disgusting! Oh my god! We were so overpowered the whole damn time.
I felt so sorry for the rest of the map. Because even like the crisis came in and we were just like, no,
No,
you're not.
Off you fuck.
It was like, I am the crisis, and we're like, you are dead.
Mate, it's adorable that you think you're the crisis, because we are the crisis. You just don't know it yet.
We have been the crisis all along. We have just chosen not to arise. Be gone,
Fucking right.
peasant.
Arise. Bunch of cubes show up.
Season 3 of that has been announced now with a trailer.
Ooh. Can't wait for
Still
that.
not seeing it till next year.
I should finish my eliminators. I only have done one. What are the eliminators again? Are they the ones with the big Gravis armor? You'll be going to bed soon, won't you?
Yeah, I'm gonna have to go soon because I'm gonna have to work.
What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna finish up the cloaks on these guys and I'm gonna call it a day myself. It's taken me a long time to do this much. But what I'm gonna end up doing, just so people know, I'm not actually going to be going for much definition in the cloaks at all. I'll put some definition, I'll get some shading, right, in the cloaks, but I'm gonna be going for like a camouflage pattern in the cloaks themselves that are on the box art for them. Which means a lot of freehand, so wish me luck on that. It will turn out really good, or it'll turn out looking like a funky penis. One of the two.
I've been fiddling around with my OBS. So
Thank God that's the direction you went with that, because I just said penis. Like, I've been fiddling around with my... I was like, wait, what?
with OBS.
Mm-hmm.
So I might actually, if I feel like it, be able to stream it.
I've been fiddling around with my... Okay. Okay, buddy.
I'm not you.
Hey, hey.
I don't talk about that thing on the internet.
Hey, masturbation's a real thing, dude. Everyone does it. And anyone who says they don't is a liar or a nun.
So a liar.
We got Swiggy Swoosh. What's going on, my dude? Has anyone seen the new Armageddon unboxing? I have not, but I will be watching it after this live stream. The snipers you're doing now. Oh, they're called Eliminators. Okay, there you go. I'm today years old when I learned that. I'm absolutely excited. It looks amazing. I'm only sad about the shield captain. He looks a tad boring. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. No, I've not seen the unboxing for it. I'm going to go watch it after this live stream. I'm going to go make some food and sit down and watch it. Frankie watched it. It all looks good to him. That's cool. Yeah. I'm interested to paint Blood Angels for a change. However, I am going to steal the chaplain out of the box and put it in with my Ultramarines. Now I need to decide what color I want to do the inside of this cape.
Green.
I don't want there to be too many colors though, that's the thing.
Green would clash with the blue anyway.
So I'm not worried about making a mess here, because I know I'm just going to change the inside of the cape anyway. I just got to make sure I don't hit the blue on the armor. It's not like you're going to see that anyway, because that's going to be on the base itself, but I'll know it's not done.
Do it like a leather,
I could.
like a tan.
Thing is, it's quite a dark color on the box art, so I need to see in my arsenal of colors what I can do. Let's just see if there's any more patchy bits that really need another layer. I think I've pretty much nailed this guy. There's a few bits down here in this crease though.
No, I've sorted the OBS. If I feel like it, I can stream.
Yeah man, you should.
Very rarely I'm in the mood to. I don't do it a lot of the time because I can talk to myself without setting up OBS.
Right. I don't know, dude. I do it just because I like to hang out.
Yeah.
And if you ever feel like you need to hang out and all the rest of it, it's good to just chuck a stream on and meet some new and interesting people that are into the same thing you are.
Yeah.
Right, I'm gonna leave his cape alone for a while, because I need that to dry. You'll like the Chappie and the Land Speeder. Yeah, I need to go and have a look. I don't mind about spoilers. Did we get any new interesting orc sculpts? I don't mind about spoilers. It's out there now.
Ah, shit.
Unfortunately, Chaplin's not going to be streaming this weekend because he's on a little holiday with his family, but I'm looking forward to his next live stream. The Orc Sculpts have got way more character than the Space Marines. Oh, that's cool. I'm looking forward to seeing it for sure. How long is the live stream they did, out of curiosity? I'm assuming it's over on the Warhammer YouTube channel. I'm holding back a sneeze. Don't sneeze. What time is it? It's 10 o'clock. Oh, is it? What day is it? Friday. Ooh, they should still be open. I might see if I can get some takeout. Streamed 3 hours ago. It's an hour long. That's not long. Hang on. The camera's going to go off real quick, guys, for the stream, because I need to see if my takeout place is still open. I don't think it will be, but, you know.
Bank holiday weekend.
Is that a good thing?
Possibly. Depends on how they run.
Oh, come on. I still have the app on my phone. Where is it? Don't do this to me.
You know what it's called? Search it.
I've got it. That's the wrong app.
Yeah, I don't know. If I'm with it enough after work tomorrow, I might stream whatever I do with models.
Yeah, man.
I've got the rest of this dreadnought to do. And if you're feel like hanging out,
I'll be streaming this tomorrow for sure. It depends if I get to see my kid or not tomorrow.
yeah. Well, I'd say if you feel like it and you're up for hanging out at the same time, I'll jump in a Discord chat with you,
Yeah, for sure.
whether I'm streaming or not. It's not me.
Alright, they're still open, but for how long? Let me Google it. Googly. It's a place called Zulu's. You know where I get that munchie box from?
Mm-hmm.
The fucking noise on that is you're drinking. That was great. Oh, mate.
Oh, I'll have to go back and listen to that.
Oh, that was great, honestly. I just set the camera back.
It's because I had my face in the mug when I went,
Oh, that was good. But yeah, so it's a place called Zulu's. Pity. It's where I get the munchie boxes from, and I really fancy a munchie box. It's 30 quid though for my order.
Oofed.
Yeah, it's not cheap, but that feeds me for like 2 days, maybe 3.
Yeah, it's not too bad.
So the food does last. But the thing is, I'm so skint right now, and it's definitely going on my credit card because I don't have the money for it right now. Oh, the camera's way out of focus. Hang on.
Yeah, before I go, I'll send you the coin I got given today.
Oh yeah.
Just send it over on Discord.
I'll have a look in a bit and I'll send you a reaction to it. But yeah, man, have a good shift. Try not to kill anyone.
I'll never find the bodies.
Good man.
I know how to dig a diagonal hole.
For fuck's sake.
No. The basement of where I work has got a cardboard compressor. You just put them in the middle of that and you'll never find it.
Sorted.
Cardboard's leaking. Yeah, it got wet. It's fine.
And cardboard's leaking, sure.
There's no CCTV down there. No one will ever know.
Where did Derek go? I don't know.
Does anyone care about Derek?
He's fucked off again, he has. He took his
Yeah.
break early.
He went home. He wasn't feeling well. He might die in his sleep. He might never come back.
Yeah, see, he met with an unfortunate accident. How do you know? I don't know.
He met with an unfortunate accident. He annoyed me one too many times. So I revoked his access to the premium membership of Life.
Fuck's sake, dude. His premium access has been revoked.
Yep. Sorry, your membership of Life has been terminated.
Your payment option expired.
My tolerance for your bullshit has expired. Please leave. No! Don't come unglued, you bitch.
Yeah, because this guy's got a lot of the inside of his cape showing. So I've really got to try and figure out what color I want to do. I might do one of the... Because this is the sergeant of the little three-man squad. I might do maybe a different color for the inside of his cape. Maybe like a dark red or something.
Yeah.
I haven't decided yet.
Right, last thing I'm going to do before I go is drop my glue, apparently. Is glue the hips to this leg.
Hmm. But yeah, if I don't have Marco tomorrow, I will most likely be just sat doing this. Because I still have a lot of work to do.
Just let me know.
Well, what time do you finish tomorrow?
6 tomorrow.
So yeah, like
So
your
I'll be
normal time
around
of
from
coming
about
on.
yeah, I'll be around about 7.
I should still be active. Painting away. Because yeah, I've still got work. Like once I've got all the base layers done, it's a case of shading the metals, adding highlights, doing all the skin, etc. Doing the bases, applying the decals.
I'm not looking forward to decals.
I still haven't got the technique down yet, so I'm not the person to ask. I don't know how I managed to do it, but if I show you these guys, that's the decals I've managed to get on there.
1 second. Yeah.
So that was with microset and microsol. If I just choose another guy randomly.
I haven't got any of those.
Oh, apparently I didn't put one on this guy. Whoops.
I don't have any of that.
Oh, what?
The microset and microsol.
Oh, it's because these guys weren't meant to have any. This is an intercessor, that's why. The Reavers didn't have any. Where are my other intercessors in this box? There you go, this is a different guy.
I'll have to look into getting some microset and so.
Yeah. So they're not perfect, but they're pretty close.
They're good enough.
Well, the thing is, it's another part of the hobby. It's just practice, really, isn't it?
I always hated them. That's another reason I didn't collect Space Marines. You didn't get that. When I had Space Wolves, it drove me nuts. But that's the reason why I didn't do Space Marines, is because Tyranids don't have decals. They just have squishy bits.
They have chitin and claw and squishy bit.
Yeah, pretty much. They don't fuck around with stupid decals. So they're just like, yeah, we're big and nasty and we eat things.
Fair enough.
That's just how they exist. That is how they live.
Yeah, I've noticed my music has gone off as well. It's always at the worst time when I'm in the middle of doing something. Never when I'm taking a pause. The banner knob looks awesome. Ooh, you like the Big Mac Walker 2? New grots are so much better. Oh, mate, I'm gonna have to go watch this. I'm sold. I'm sold. I'll go watch it. I was gonna buy the box anyway, but now I'm, even more so buying the box.
Now you'll have another box that you have to get to where you can build something other than Space Marines.
Yeah.
After you've done your Tyranids that you've had for how long?
Shush.
When did Leviathan come out?
I don't know. I'm sure you're gonna Google it now just to rub it in my face.
I mean, I wasn't, but I will now.
Fuck! Oh, you dickhead, man. Go on then. How long have I had my Tyrannid sat around for? He's looking. You can tell by his silence, he's frantically looking on the internet.
June 24th, 2023.
Okay, it's only a couple of years.
Nearly 3.
It's only a couple of years. It's fine.
The
I've had
pre-order... pre-orders were opened on June 10th.
It's fine. I've had boxes much longer than Leviathan that are still not opened.
That's because they came out before Leviathan. Mate, some of the boxes you've got there, you should look at what the going price is and sell them and get the up-to-date ones. You could probably fund the up-to-date ones with the price you could sell the old ones for to the right collectors.
You know that Start Collecting Sigmar one I've got?
Yeah.
I will sell that. I'm not going to paint that. I've decided that if I was to play Sigmar, it would probably be Chaos or the Vampire Counts. Not particularly interested in the Stormcast. Not particularly
Stormcast.
interested in the Goblins.
Yeah, the Stormcast interested me for a little bit.
The thing is, they look great, and I love their lore, but they're basically, the way you paint them is just more fucking Space Marines.
Yes. Yes, it is.
You know, so, no thanks. I'm just going to sell it. I don't know if I'll get much for it, but I'll see what the prices are like. At the very least, it'll be something towards a new box of models. If I was to
This is
sell
true.
Leviathan, though, I wonder how much I'd get for that. That would be interesting. If you want, I'll jump on a voice channel sometime and walk you through the decal process. Frankie? Yes, please. Yes, please, sir. Like, I managed to get them applied to the model, and I watched a YouTube tutorial of how to apply them and stuff, but they turned out a bit rough. They didn't turn out very good.
I'm debating. I will either get annoyed with it and go, fuck it, I'm not having decals.
Hmm.
Or I will luck the fuck out and I will go, let's see if this works, and it will work.
I'm hoping it's the latter for you.
I'm just seeing. So the full Leviathan box is currently being sold for anywhere ranging from 190 is the cheapest I can see. The most expensive I can see is 580.
Oofed. Pretty sure it cost me like 150 quid.
Yeah, so lowest price is like a tiny inflation. Which, to be honest, I'm very surprised at, and it's probably not available anymore.
Oh yeah, I'm pretty sure when I bought it, it was 150.
Some people are selling just half the Leviathan, though. So for the Tyrannid half, it's 156.
I'd rather sell it as a full box.
Yeah, you get more for it. I mean, you're looking at 156 on average for 150 odd for half a Leviathan kit. So
I don't think I'd sell Leviathan. I'm pretty keen to paint it, but I'm definitely selling off my old my old box for Sigmar.
see,
Even if I just break even on it, I'm happy enough.
when I finish this dreadnought, I am going to start on my spearhead.
Yeah, that's good. That is good.
Because I have the blood chariot in that. Which means I've still got my Marine Captain and my Titan to do as well. But I want to paint the snake ladies.
I want to paint the snake ladies. You
I'm
are.
gonna leave these dry for a sec, because I'm just agitating old paint now. But yeah, Frankie, like, if you ever see me just hanging out in the Vox channel and Chaplin's Discord and stuff, you're more than welcome to hang out and have a chat, man. Most of the time I'm just sat there playing Space Marine or something.
Oh, I'm gonna disappear because work. But yeah, I will be about tomorrow.
Alright, mate, I'll talk to you in a bit.
Alright, see you.
Bye.
All by myself. No, I'm just kidding. Yeah, so I'm just gonna leave him to dry for a sec, and I'm gonna go over his cape a few more times, get his cape finished off. For the metals, I'm gonna do them off camera. And then for the inside of the capes, I'm not sure what color I'm going to do yet. I'll maybe do a bit of research and take a look at my paint range and see what I want to do for them. So plan for tomorrow, at least as far as these minis are concerned, is to finish all the base layers. So that includes getting the whites down for the skins and the parchment, getting the reds done, getting the lenses, at least the whites and the lenses and stuff. And what other base colors have I still got to go? I think that's as far as the base colors, but that'll definitely take up tomorrow's stream, just doing all that. And I've noticed that on this guy, I've actually missed some pouches. Yeah, missed some pouches on the snipers, so I'll do that off camera as well. And then once all the base layers are done, guys, we get to go on the fancy bits. But yeah, man, Frankie, you're more than welcome to hang out in voice calls, especially if you just see me sat in a voice call, not doing much. I'll tell you what though, Frankie, how are you with Space Marine hair? Because I've got a few guys here that have got hair exposed that I have no idea how to do. I mean, I have the advantage with Tigurius there that he's got a helmet on him, so I don't have to worry about his hair. You know what I mean? Swiggy, I'm currently working on a guard army, but once I get to 1,000 points, I'll start a new one. Can't decide to start World Eaters, Tau, or White Templars. Interesting. Well, I've got a whole massive old guard army. We're talking like 4th edition guard, you know? So I still need to update all the infantry models for that. The problem with that is, my old guard army was a lot of infantry. I fielded a lot of infantry, and I'll be perfectly honest, I don't think I have it in me to paint that many Cadians again. At least to this standard. My old tabletop ready standard was fine, but I don't think I have it in me to paint that many guard infantry. What I need to do one day, guys, is just put all my old horrible painted guard on a table somewhere, take a big picture so you guys can see all my old guard, and post it in the Discord, I think. Will do. No worries, Frankie. You're very close to 1,000 points. So, between those armies you've got there, it depends. Are you collecting just to paint, or are you collecting to play? That would be my follow-up question to your question. I can easily do blonde and brown, not a lot of experience with black hair. Blonde and brown works for me. I would say if you're just collecting to paint, I would suggest doing the Tau, because they've got some really cool paint schemes and panel lining and stuff. If you're collecting to play, I'd maybe suggest World Eaters, because I think they'd be an interesting army to collect and play. But really, it's up to yourself. I'm very much, or at least I have been for the longest time, a loyalist painter. But I am slowly branching out to doing other factions. Like, I have a built. Now, it's not primed or anything like that. It's just been built. Tau Combat Patrol. I haven't got round to it yet. You know, I have a whole bunch of Star Wars Legion I need to get done. And that's the old Star Wars Legion. That's not even the new stuff. So, you know, I've got plenty of stuff to do as well. When it comes to new 40k models, there's obviously the 11th edition starter box, whenever that comes out and I get that. So more Space Marines to do. At least this time with those Space Marines, I will paint them as Blood Angels, just to mix it up a little bit. And then obviously I'll have some Orcs from that. I have my Leviathan box, so that means I've got Titanids that I can paint up with a few big monsters, which will be fun. Don't know, if I was to... I still need to go and get a whole bunch of guard stuff to update my guard army. Talking about other factions, I would probably say the faction I'd want to paint the most, if I'm perfectly honest, I don't know. I'd probably say my Titanids, because I have quite a lot of cool ideas I want to try with my Titanids, and I think I'd really enjoy it. Now, I can't testify to that properly until I actually go ahead and do my Leviathan Tyranids. But I am quite looking forward to doing my Tyranids. And if I enjoy them that much, I will probably get a couple more models for them. Like some big smegging creatures or something. I've also got my Battle for Edoras box that I pre-ordered. When it came out, I pre-ordered it, picked it up. Haven't touched it. It sat in the corner with all my other unpainted boxes. And still sealed. Yeah. There we go, get rid of that splodge. Alright, whereabouts on your cape are you still lacking? So we built up a really nice color now. Nice solid coat, finally, starting to appear on the cape. It's taken a few layers, mind you, but we're getting there. Don't worry about all this texture on the top of this backpack, guys. That's all left over from when I was stripping the miniature down. And I was being maybe a bit rough and started snapping bits off of the other models, so I wasn't as rough with these ones. But I think this little bit of texture adds to the cloak a little bit. I'm not too worried about the texture I got from stripping these guys down. So that's not from my painting, that's just from stripping it down. Now, I'm not doing this part of the cloak because that's actually the inside of the cloak that's just exposed. And you know what? Apart from some of these edges, I'm pretty happy with that. Now, I'm gonna have to figure out exactly how I'm gonna go about shading this. I might find a off brown wash or something and just do the recesses. But I'm not too worried about giving it too much definition, because I want the main focus of this cloak to be the camouflage. But I will also add some shade in there. But that is going to do me for this evening. So if you haven't done so, guys, please like the live stream for me. And if you haven't done so already, make sure you subscribe to the channel, because I will be doing many more hobby streams, many more hangout streams, where you guys are more than welcome to hang out with me on stream. And if you're doing hobbying, like I am, you're more than welcome to hang out in a voice chat sometime, and we can all hang out and do some hobbying together. But until next time, guys, Frankie and Swiggy and all the other viewers we've had, Dracula, Logan, we had Eddie at some point, we had Older Zone, everyone who's been hanging out. If I haven't mentioned your name, I appreciate you as well, but everyone who's hanging out, thanks so much. Bye-bye for now.
In the spotlight, they rise to fame. Finest fellas, remember the name. Guitars blazing, they rock the scene. Streaming glory, living the dream. Charging up, can't bring us down. In the chaos, we're ruling this town. Raise the horns, it's showtime now. Finest fellas will take a bow. But metal hearts will never yield. In the virtual arena, we own the field. We own the field. People tune in, watching the fight. Their energy streams igniting the night. With every riff, the crowd goes wild. Finest fellas, forever a child. With sweat on our brows, we won't back off. Together we rise, we'll never stop. Raise the horns, it's showtime now. Finest fellas will take a bow. With metal hearts, we'll never yield. In the virtual arena, we own the field. We own the field. In this realm, we reign supreme. Finest fellas, living the dream. Raise the horns, it's showtime now. Finest fellas will take a bow. With metal hearts, we'll never yield. In the virtual arena, we own the field. People tune in, watching the fight. Their energy streams igniting the night. With every riff, the crowd goes wild. Finest fellas, forever a child. With sweat on our brows, we won't back off. Together we rise, we'll never stop. Raise the horns, it's showtime now. Finest fellas will take a bow. With metal hearts, we'll never yield. In the virtual arena, we own the field. In the virtual arena, we own the field. In the virtual arena, we own the field. In this realm, we reign supreme. Finest fellas living a dream. In this realm, we reign supreme. Finest fellas living the dream. In the spotlight, they rise to fame. Finest fellas, remember the name. rooftops blazing, they rock the scene, streaming glory and living the dream. Charging up, can't bring us down. In the chaos, we're ruling this town. Raise the horns, it's showtime now. Finest fellas will take the bow. With metal hearts, we'll never yield. In the virtual arena, we own the field. We own the field. People tune in, watching the fight. Their energy streams igniting the night. With every riff, the crowd goes wild. Finest fellas, forever a child. With sweat on our brows, we won't